What's going on, everybody? Cali Death Podcast back once again, episode 123. I am here as always. We still are seeing a black screen right now, but hey, there I am. And I'm here with all these guys right here.
Smooth as silk, baby.
What up? Yep.
Wrong over there.
As always, 123 episodes in. We got this fucker. All right. What's going on, guys? I'm Anthony. I'm your host. This is Cali Death Podcast, and I'm always joined by at least a couple of resident homies. Tonight I got Casey Howard and Joseph K. What up, y'all?
Yo.
Yes. Thank you so much for being with me again. And tonight we are joined by Sasha Chrosciewicz. I got it right?
Vitch.
Oh, shit. I saw the W.
Okay, one job, buddy. I'm calling it.
Don't cross the
Cross a bitch, dude.
Going up.
Don't cross this bitch, dude.
No,
Yeah, dude.
You can say
Thanks so much for being with us tonight, Sasha.
Cheers, man. Thanks for having me. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
For sure, dude. And we're going to get into everything about you and about your time with Gorgasm very soon. But first, let's throw some plugs in the mix. As always, battleforgecoffee.com up top for the homies. Got the Deeds of Flesh dudes put together this company, and we back it. We've backed it for several episodes. I don't even remember the first episode we started plugging them, but we'll always plug them, dude, because those are our brothers, our death metal dads. And so, yeah, go support those guys. For us, the podcast, you want to support us, it's calideathpodcast.bigcartel.com. Still got a couple of t-shirt designs there, shipping worldwide from the professor himself. And you order it while live. Actually, we do this thing live on Twitch. We never really tell you guys this, but it's always live on Twitch. You want to know the exact time it's going to be on Twitch, you got to be subscribed to our social media, but go over there, subscribe to our Twitch too. And yeah, you could be here hanging with us right now in the chat. I see already a few people saying what up, what's going on, y'all. And yeah, it's a party every Thursday night if you want to come hang out with
Anthony,
us. And then
you're saying, sorry to interrupt. You're
all
saying
good.
that t-shirts are half price if people buy it when.
No, you just get to watch Professor put it in a bag of music. We do live bagging.
I thought it was.
That would be if we get rolling and start making more and more money on merch, maybe we could do something like that. Buy it live, you can get a discount. That sounds like a good idea.
There's
like 2 coffee beans in it, you know.
Yeah. There's within Big Cartel I can run sales with codes and stuff, so we can run that stuff eventually. No,
that would be cool.
Us. Yeah, I was gonna do a t-shirt drive someday, so let's do it someday for sure.
Jedi Grind with the link tree right there at the bottom of the screen. If you're watching this, you can hit that link.
I'm surprised Jedi isn't watching Scott stream all of Meshuggah's Obzin right now. What are you doing here, dude?
Yeah, dude. I mean, you would be front row for that, I thought.
I just checked that he has like 177 people watching. So if you're over there right now live, come over to us and hang out for a little bit before you go back over to Scott and support Scott as well, obviously, on Twitter.
Exactly.
Scott's Carstairs from Fallujah. Yeah. So.
Sick Shredder. Isn't it like a 3-day event thing? And he's on
he's doing 3 days. Yeah, dude. Hey, tonight, come to Cali Death. Tomorrow.
Yeah, he'll be here again tomorrow night, you know?
Exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, so that's all the good stuff when it comes to Cali Death. Oh yeah, also it's up on YouTube the next day. And that's a link that I can't remember. I'm sure you just search Cali Death Podcast and YouTube, you'll find us. That is where that is the next day. And Sasha, oh wait, no, we got new plugs tonight, guys. It's actually really exciting, dude. Chicago Domination Fest is sponsoring the podcast. There very soon. We're in the process of coming up with a contest. We're gonna have a couple of 3-day passes that are gonna be that available to win in a contest that the Cali Death boys are brewing up in the background soon. I'm hoping that by the next episode we'll have something put together and we can get that going. It's July 27th, 28th, 29th. I can't read. I should put on my glasses.
You can't read any.
Yeah. You don't know all the headliners,
know
but I can read Immortal Suffering are sick, obviously. Is that Regurgitation?
Yes,
Hell
it
yeah.
is. Darkle, Slave, Stabbing, Cognitive, Cenotaph, Wormhole, Necro, something beast, Sex
Is
beast.
that Necrotic Engorgement?
Yeah, I think Human Artifacts, Embodied Torment,
Embodied Torment, Reviled.
Virulence,
Keep going.
Excision, Beneath the Killings, Foul Deformity. I can't read that. Unnecessary Surgery, Vituperate, Bludgeoned. That's
You're
it.
almost there, dude.
That's all I got. Excrescence from West Coast. You know what I'm saying? What up?
What up?
The other 5 bands on the bottom I can't read.
Yeah. We're at the bottom there somewhere. But it's at
we're there.
Yeah,
That's
bottom
sick.
left.
Bashed
dude.
in. I think that's
Bottom
just
left
bashed
corner, dude.
in
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
with like
That
spray
sounds like-
paint fucking letters. I don't know why.
So what is that? Was the name of the venue Braver House? Is that what it is?
Brower
That's
House, yeah.
Brower House. Sorry, and that's in Lombard, Illinois. Like I said,
Right outside of Chicago. Yep.
Yep. Friday.
Yo,
is that
Joe,
Thursday,
that's
Friday,
the same,
Saturday.
same venue as last year, right?
Yeah,
think so.
so a little bit of Cali Death lore is last time Sasha and I hung out was at Chicago Domination Fest 7, where I'll just say we co-headlined with To Violently Vomit and Gorgasm, and it was a fucking incredible fucking show. And mad props
We
to the
slinged
team that
merch
puts on
side by
Chicago
side.
Domination. Yo, you guys slang way fatter merch than us. That was insane. You guys had
I don't know what you're talking
okay.
I don't know what you're talking about. You know,
There's something about, having the same name as the band that you play the material of that helps with the merch game. I'll say that. But anyway, yeah,
I was
you guys
throwing
are
a bunch of hockey elbows at you too to keep you down. So
it was a good fucking time, man.
That's
So
kind of you just made me think of something, Professor. That totally, I'd never even thought about that with you guys. Like they'd go to a To Violently Vomit show and be like, dude, I want a fucking Discord shirt,
we had some of it. We had some stuff for sale, what we could license through Brutal Mind, and I'm trying to get more stuff that's licensed through Brutal Mind for us to be able to sell. But it's a complicated legal thing, so
Totally,
I don't know where to go with it. But yeah, just,
I mean,
that is very. Go ahead.
People associate with the band the music being disgorged, so unfortunately, it's harder to sell non-disgorged merch, even though that's what you're playing. So it's kind of a chicken or the egg scenario. You know what I'm saying?
There is some pretty iconic To Violently Vomit merch. There is like a spot for TVV merch in like that kind of pantheon of collectors death metal stuff. It's cool. Like, Maddie Way wore a TVV shirt in that Pathology video. That's like a classic instance. So I don't mind having that stuff, and that's cool that we want to. But yeah, I mean, to have like cranial impalement shirts or fucking consume stuff would be amazing. So we're working on that.
Yeah, cranial and Chile gutted is like bleeding and masticate.
Exactly.
It sells itself.
Right.
So it's a predicament for you guys, I guess.
And Diego picked up I think it was a bleeding shirt at that show. I remember him wearing it at the airport after. Yeah, was it Saboon? And I was like, bro, wearing this shit in public, bro. Oh my god.
That was a tough one for me to put on too, but I own that shirt, and I'd still. It's funny, you have these certain shirts to save it for a show because no matter what, it's not going to be looked at weird.
Dude, I just wear logo shirts. I just wear logo.
If you go out in public,
that's just what I like to wear. I like simple shit. I do have art shirts too, and you got the classic albums you love, but it's like, I just like the classic logo shit.
Right. Yeah, and then that's safe too, because I remember a few shirts that I had that I was, even though I was like trying to flex by wearing them, I still was kind of nervous by is anybody could be offended by it, but really, who gives a fuck?
The classic was the Cannibal Corpse, like, whatever, Butchered at Birth.
Right, there's plenty of Cradle of Filth shirts that I have that totally.
Well, no, but the Cannibal shit in those days, though, that's insane.
In the 90s,
Oh yeah,
yeah, that's different.
It's like you think Marilyn Manson's crazy. Look at this, you know.
Yeah.
Look back, you know.
I mean, Tomb of the Mutilated still is ruthless to if you really sit and just look at it, or Butchered at Birth. Like those totally fucked with me and still fuck with me to the.
Another one that didn't really makes people happy was the Deicide shirts. Like Once Upon a Cross.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like
just straight up bloody Jesus under a sheet.
Yeah.
If you just go to Brutal Mind, they sell some pretty ridiculous merch that's like over the top for me. But I did want to pivot to I didn't talk about this before the episode started, but I actually have a tour to promote tonight, which is Last of Lucy. I don't have the flyer for you guys, but I have a lot on the dome. So Last of Lucy is touring East Coast and Midwest June 1st through 16th with the band Discordia. We're both on the record label together, Transcending Obscurity. So that was just announced yesterday. So it's my first time touring the Midwest and the East Coast, with the one exception of the city of Chicago, which I just talked about playing. That's the only second time or return visit. Other than that, all new cities for me. And we're starting in Missouri, June 1st. We're going to work up through like Minneapolis, Wisconsin, Chicago, Indiana, all the way over to like Boston, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia. So I'll have the flyer so I can give you the dates and everything next episode. But I just wanted to, give an early shout out to that. So you'll be hearing about that tour for the next few weeks on the episodes.
Killer.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Shout
and
out
I'm going to just, I was going to say, I'm here in fucking Chicago right now, in Denver. Why did I say Chicago? I'm sorry. I'm in Colorado.
Chicago, Denver.
Yeah, no, I'm in Denver. Last of Lucy is working with David Taro. I've been in the studio recording drums for the next record. It's going to be called God Form. It should be out sometime later this year, and we're going to be playing a lot of the new material on this upcoming tour. And man, we just got some fresh mixes. I'm like literally just did 3 songs today. I'm doing 3 more songs tomorrow and we'll be done. So this is my first professional recording experience, and David Taro is just the man. He's so cool. Shout out Dave. Awesome, you got to get on the pod someday.
I would love that.
Yeah.
And I'll showcase y'all, bring you guys out. You can say what's up to T-Lol later on.
Hell yeah.
Is Dave's bald head like intimidating? Like, is it like an orb? It's like in the room and you're like,
So I'm not in that room as much. I'm in the drum room, and then I go just for a few, few minutes a day. I go check out the studio, and it's in his control room, and it's like, I've been blessed by the Dave head orb experience now, and I got my video. It's like the tourist attraction. Yeah, I got the whole, but it's not super bald right now. His hair is a little, So I don't know. I didn't get the full pat him on the head kind of thing yet.
Right on, dude. Yeah,
I always talk about the back of his head. That's like the funniest thing in the world.
Yeah, and I'm gonna keep going. This is the same room that we're recording in, where Archspire, Bleed the Future was recorded, where Death Atlas by Cattle was recorded. I think where the newest Cattle was just recorded. It's all Band Cave recording studios. That's the drum room that Dave likes to use. I'm using the same drum set that Allegion used, that Wake used, bringing my own cymbals out, and then. The new Shadow of Intent single that dropped today, the new Cattle that dropped yesterday, are both mixed by Dave. So we've just been hanging out while his stuff comes out, and we're looking at the comments, and he's getting a lot of positive feedback. So it's just been a very cool experience to see getting into this world, basically. So
totally, dude. Yeah. No, we're super proud of you, dude.
Yeah.
That's a name.
And if you're in a band that wants to work with Dave, hit him up. I mean, it was hard to get a spot, but because he's very in demand, but he's great to work with. I can't recommend him enough. So
killer, dude. No, I'm glad you could check that off your list, dude, of having first professional recording situation, and it's with a guy who's like fucking the name in metal, basically, when it comes to recording.
Don't trigger your snare crazy like some of the bands do.
No, we have a really nice. No, we have a really nice snare in the room, and we're using real snare. I'm sure we'll layer it with samples, but actually, was awesome is that there was a part of the song today where Dave was just like, I don't know where this is coming from, but I think you should do a gravity blast here, and he just recommended that we throw one in, and we did, and he's like, I don't know what's gotten into me because I hate engineering this shit, but like right now from a listener perspective, I want to hear it. And I was like, hey, there's never going to be a better chance to get a Gravity on a record than the guy who does Cattle Decapitation and Archspire.
Exactly.
So let's go for it. So we threw that shit in today, and a lot of like 300 BPM switch blasting and stuff, 290, 280, all that tempo stuff is going to be on the record. It's super fast, super fun.
That's super cool, dude, because it's just like a guy like that could just phone it in, just sit there and record you, not really give much input, you know, just, you know, he might be really good and the record would be great even if he had zero input, but he chose to involve himself in your guys' record, which is really cool.
I was joking he gets a writing credit on this last song, and he also gets a performance credit on the song before that because he choked the cymbals for me. He like started the song from his phone, and then like when it came time to choke, he was in the room with me, so
That's
he actually
sick.
Yeah, he gets a guest choke.
Hell yeah, dude.
He's been very involved in picking the fine details of the drum performance and working with me on it. So yeah, and his air drumming is really good, and he knows what to explain how to do it. So yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Anyway, I would love to fucking hear about Sasha now. So
yeah,
sick, dude. Well, let's
gotta quickly drop the endorsements of Gorgasm down because Jackson guitars, PV amps, Maxon pedals. I shouldn't tell you guys, but yeah, we got a new endorsement with Starbucks. We're doing like an anal skewer blend. I've been doing that for a couple of years, trying to get a coffee bean. Damien's endorsed by Arizona ginseng green tea. So I think he's getting a private jet pretty soon. We've been really excited about that. And Matt he hasn't really pinpointed what he's gonna do, but he's gonna get endorsed by a hot dog company because Matt eats like a 12-year-old, whether he's on the road or not. And this is not a joke. He eats hot dogs all the time. So we're hopefully gonna get endorsed by Oscar Mayer Wiener because
it'd be like
some nostalgia for Matt. And that's it, man. Yeah, we got all these crazy endorsements. I'm hoping to get a New Balance endorsement soon because
the private plane will look like a NASCAR where it's just like tons of stickers like Oscar Mayer, fucking
But yeah, Matt's all about hot dogs. Even like, as you know, all jokes aside, Matt literally, like, I'll call him up, be like, hey, what's going on? It's like 1 a.m. He's like, oh, I'm just cooking a hot dog. And I'm like, oh, like, I'm like, salt and pepper or anything? He's like, no, man, just a dog in a fucking pan. And so like the moment he did that, like our messenger chats are like hot dog emojis, like crazy.
It sounds like Odious is just bananas.
Dude, Damien got old. Damien got old jokes from Sears days about like always talking about fucking Morgan Freeman doing narratives in the fucking samples for opening the songs, and we got whale sounds. Yeah. All our songs are gonna fade out with whales. It's gonna be fucking next level.
Dude, I can't wait. Dude.
So yeah. I'm giving too much away of the EP, but yeah, whales. Yeah, it's gonna be dope.
Oh man, the spoilers.
How funny would that be if Gorgasm totally switched and became like totally different lyrically?
Save the whales. Yeah.
Save the whales. Fucking
no, like
yeah.
We have a couple songs where like we're gonna fade out, and it's like we'll have the whale sounds come in, and then Morgan Freeman starts narrating over it, and we're just like. But
yeah, dude,
Gorgira.
It's gotta happen. That joke. It's gotta happen.
I'm into that, dude.
Hell yeah!
All jokes.
It sounds like you're the guy who's behind all that shit. Is that your ideas?
No, I mean they're all contributing. These are all great ideas from when great minds,
collide.
Collide, man. That's what you get. You get next level like art.
Totally, dude.
Well, we got to hear how you contribute. Starting with
all jokes aside
from Vacuous. Sorry, I'm talking over you and back forth.
Yeah, all jokes aside. No, there's a lag between us, but yeah, all jokes aside, I want to thank you guys for taking the time because you have no idea who I am, and you're trusting the Gorgasm label, so that's cool. But I Go ahead.
You shred. We've been
yeah.
watching
And I was
you.
gonna say I've been friends with you on social media for a while, dude. I've been watching you. You've been on my radar.
We actually have
dude.
ties from something we'll get into later that you don't even know about. We'll get into that.
Who,
Anthony
me?
and yeah, you. I'm pointing at the screen. Yeah, we have ties that you
Okay.
don't even know about. And Casey,
I
there's
can't
an
wait,
old school tie that you're gonna have to remind me later. I'll forget, but you're gonna be surprised.
Okay.
It's
I'm
like
excited about
old
that. I want to know about that.
MySpace
Oh, shit.
shit. Yeah, you'll be surprised. But yeah, all jokes aside, this is your time, your livelihood. So thank you.
No, this is your time, brother.
And all the the roster of legendary musicians, I'm like not worthy to be in consideration with those guys. Like, you got James Murphy.
Okay.
So many great names.
This is my thing.
So,
Neither are we, though. Like, we're the same.
We've talked to so many great people, yes. But tonight,
yeah,
it's all about you, dude.
Yeah, dude. We're just
right on.
It's all about
Sick.
Chrosciewicz. It's all about Sasha Chrosciewicz, bro.
Yeah, what up?
We're just trying to do like a metal public service. It's like an arc.
We want to hang with you. We want to get your story, and obviously, yes, you did come into our radar because of the Gorgasm thing, but that's obviously not the only reason why. We like to really get into you as a person, dude.
And I get how you guys are giving back to a community in a time where where like Severed Savior, Odious, early decrepit birth, there wasn't the means of, you had MySpace, but you didn't have the means of really taking it to where it is now. And I feel like Severed Savior never got a proper shake. You guys, Servile is like a top 3 tech death album for me forever.
Fuck yeah.
I've always thought of that way. So, it's good to see you guys give back to, the community or whatever you want to call it. So, yeah.
And we're still super excited about it. We obviously, with having the professor here and him being from the younger generation, we have a little bit more of a tether to what's going on currently, being the OGs now. But we're still super excited about, what has happened since we've been a part of this thing. And we're still so much in love with everything that's happening. So of course it's like, it's a way that we can archive stuff that not only is important to us, but should be important to us. And using this as a way to like solidify it in time. And once the resident homies are all gone, this hopefully still flutters through the, cosmos.
I love how you're being profound in the bottom of the screen. Guys repeats like raw dogging because I meant hot dogs.
I know, dude.
It's like when sorry to interrupt, when Vaughn was going on about being profound on his like 2 hours in, fucking Diego is like, "Hey man," and he's like oscillating around the screen. He's like, Vaughn, Vaughn is awesome.
Yeah,
made me laugh so
dude, that's great. That's so Diego.
Yeah, he's talking about ice cream and shit. I was like, fuck.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that's how we are, dude. Really, like. And if you watch enough of this, you realize that we are just those dorks that are like, "Hey, dude, yeah, dude, fuck yeah, dude, ice cream and fucking everybody's sick, dude."
Oh, I know the ice cream. I know why he's talking about that. It clicked to me. I guess a certain guy that he used to be in a band with that is in another big touring band. He likes to go to the hotel room and have ice cream. That was the reference.
That's a lingo. I thought he was actually talking about ice cream. Well, I like it.
It was like something he was telling me about earlier in person. And I don't think Diego thinks much about when he's talking on a podcast, how it's different from just talking on the podcast. So I don't think anyone else would have known that. But now I'm thinking,
I'm definitely at an age where I'd rather just take some ice cream, dude. Real ice cream, not the code word ice cream.
Well, fucking A, guys. So we got to hear about Vacuous. Is that the?
We got to hear about even before that, dude. I want to know about Sasha as a child. I want to know how you were. Baby. Yeah, when you were a little young buck, tinkering with toys and shit like that.
So, simply put, I have like an extremely vivid memory of like young age. So I think first music for me, I was like 3.5, maybe 4 years old, and my dad raised me on vinyl, right? So I never got music through the radio. It was always like full albums, and for me, the earliest music was Boston, More Than a Feeling, which is really funny, but
Fuck yeah.
he used to like pick me up and dance, and like with vinyl, my dad used to fucking crank it. So
hell yeah.
And that song I was thinking about the other day for this podcast, because when you're young and you're so impressionable, you don't realize that like music's in like thin air. It's like in the ether. You don't know what it is. It's just kind of embarks your imagination in a way. And I didn't realize it, but that song, there's a volume swell. So the beginning of Boston 1 swells into the intro, and it's literally like, to me, I don't realize it now, but back then it was probably like magic. It was literally like just coming out of nowhere.
Right.
And it's kind of cheesy that the song is called More Than a Feeling, but that's kind of what entices the imagination when you listen to music is it encompasses so many things than just one thing. So that and there's a lot of guitar driven shit in that. There's like feedback with the lead, and then it fades out. So that song, as much as music is timeless, like the fact that song's volume swells in and then fades out, it's almost like it was always there and it remains after you're gone. So like that just had a profound effect on me, not just music, but like those subtleties with how I probably took it in at the time. And obviously my parents and their love for music, vicariously they're living through me because they never played music.
They just liked it.
Yeah, so I grew up on vinyl, and it was always Boston or not always, but Boston, and I think Queen was super early on.
Nice.
And then my dad showed me Ed Sullivan's show because that was the earliest shit he saw. So he was kind of a historian, like showing me the old shit. So like my dad has like 7 inches of Smokey Robinson, Temptations, like all the old shit.
Yes.
So that's what I started out with. And even when I saw metal when I was really young, I was like, how could anyone ever want to play this? And then nowadays I'm like, I love it. I love metal, but it's like, you're kind of like, how did I get here? And it's a trip in itself. So, yeah, that's just like the early days, but yeah, all the folk, all the rock, all that stuff I got into extremely young. And I knew the concept of like writing a full album. And when people sat down and they would listen to music, it was a different experience. Like you had to take a moment to flip the album over. People would sit down and have the cover, and it wasn't like a little CD. It was like a huge cover. So as much as I am of this generation, I started with music the way my dad did. Not just the music, but like the experience of sitting down and getting into it on a serious level. So
no, I totally cool, I think that's sick, and I think that's totally possible for, you're saying, of this generation. How old are you, Sasha?
35.
Okay, so you're not that far behind us. Like, you still got a little taste of what it was like pre-internet, just a little taste. Well, yeah,
dude, I got down with the sickness, man. I got Limp Bizkit and all that shit too. You know what I'm saying? Jump the fuck up.
Yeah.
Word up.
That's what's up, dude. I know I went through that too then. But let's not jump ahead yet, because that was my teenage years. And obviously you were younger at that time. And you're saying 3.5, 4 and all that. You were having these profound uploads happen when you didn't even really realize. So up until what point was it that you started finding stuff that you were into that your parents weren't into? Like, you were being drawn towards new things that your parents weren't introducing you to?
I remember when I was like 5, and my brother had Much Music on, and Black Hole Sun Soundgarden came on.
Yes.
And even though I was a kid, I already knew what drugs were. Like I saw everyone like their faces like melting and the fish
Such a
and
fucked up
cutting it.
music video
And
still
I'm
to
like
this
a little
day, dude.
impressionable kid going like, okay, you can get fucked up. All right, I get it. And for some reason I knew that. I don't know why, but yeah, I was already drawn to heavy guitars, just like the other
You said
shit.
brother. How old's your brother compared to you?
He's
How older?
5 years older than me.
Okay. Is
So
it just you and him, or
you
you have
know,
more siblings?
I have a sister that's a year younger.
Okay, so
And
you're the middle.
yeah. And
Okay.
yeah, I mean, even within what my dad had with music, I was already like deviating within like the bands that he was showing me, like all the prog stuff. Yes. Jethro Tull, I heard really, really young. All the folk stuff, Cat Stevens, Simon Garfunkel, Crosby, Stills, Nash, all that shit I heard really young. And with my brother, like he was showing me like Beautiful People, Marilyn Manson. I never liked Marilyn Manson, but I'm like, oh, that's heavy.
Yeah.
He showed me Metallica Black Album. That was definitely a game changer. But then my brother was listening to a lot of shitty like rap music, like Master P and like what commoners would listen to for music. So he was always like following the current, and I was always like wanting to go.
What are you talking about,
against
dude?
it.
Ice Cream Man and Ghetto Dope were fucking sick albums, dude. What are you talking about? Master P? Come on, guys. Nobody else listened to Master P on this album? Make him say, I mean, this album. Make him say, You guys don't remember that song?
Yeah, no.
Dude, I remember my brother showed me West Side Connection, and I'm like, you're a fucking white boy in suburbia Vancouver. What do you have to relate to this?
I'm gonna fucking
and I'm
take
like,
my stance right now.
I thought it was
don't
the funniest
fucking
shit
talk to
I
me
ever
like
thought.
that on my show, Sasha. You don't ever talk to me like that on my show. No, I understand what you're saying, but I grew up with hip hop, dude. So I'm a white boy and I'm from the suburbs, but I fucking love hip hop, dude. So
I'm just making fun of it.
all day.
I can appreciate it. I'm just poking fun. But yeah, like my brother was he had like a Spice Girls CD. My brother had like whatever everyone was.
You should have led with that.
anything on MTV, basically.
My sister had that too. Yeah.
And like I had cassettes. My earliest cassettes were like obviously I had a Soundgarden one, but I had like Space Jam soundtrack. I had like Godzilla soundtrack. I had like Weird Al. I had Prodigy.
Wait.
I was into Prodigy when I was really young.
Smack my bitch up.
I'm forgetting a bunch of shit. Ozman Cometh, greatest of Ozzy. I got into on my own.
Ozzy, dude, he's playing, dude, again.
I know.
Ozzy is immortal, dude. So sick.
Yeah, that's.
I want to go. Cool, I was like, what is this crazy festival? It's like 3 days in a row. It's like everybody's Power Trip. Yeah, it's in Indio or something, like in the desert.
That's Coachella. That's where Coachella is.
Coachella. Okay, yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Let me think. If I remember it off my dome, it's Guns N' Roses, Iron Maiden.
Yep.
Then it's AC/DC, Ozzy. Then it is Metallica, Tool.
So, yeah. The headline.
I think tickets are going to be like fucking $1,000 minimum. I don't know. I'm sure they're all going to sell out, and then the resale thing is going to go crazy on it.
Joseph and I saw Ozzy right before he took a break.
Yeah, I'm actually lucky. That was a fucking cool show with Fallujah and Suffocation too.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
that's
2017, something like that. Anyways, sorry.
So
you brought up Ozzy.
Yeah, sorry.
Ozzy. You came across Ozzy on your own, which actually my side note was I also came across Ozzy and Black Sabbath on my own. And I think that you get into any kind of rock or metal, eventually like all paths will lead you to Sabbath, You're just eventually, if you do just a finite amount of research, you're going to just dig enough to where it's like, oh yeah, those are the Godfathers.
This is where I piss a lot of people off because I'm not a huge Sabbath fan. Like I played Paranoid every day. I did all that shit. But to me, Zeppelin was way better. And I'll fight anyone over that.
And once you get to that point, you can make that decision on your own. But I'm just saying, like, you're eventually it's something
years,
you're forced to eventually come across those bands if you continue to take your own path, you know, not have people, even if people feed you stuff, eventually you're gonna be like, oh, you're into metal, check out Zeppelin.
You know, the most underrated band ever is Thin Lizzy, dude. Like, they shred, man. Like,
yeah,
you know,
I actually haven't had a lot of Thin Lizzy exposure, so
Emerald and stuff like that. And those songs, like,
there's a lot of people in my city that love Thin Lizzy. I know a lot of people that love Thin Lizzy, but
that's cool.
You know, they're not death heads like us, you know. So or some of them are, but
Blue Oyster Cult.
Hell yeah,
totally.
That's my underground band or underrated.
Yeah. I saw them.
I like the Doobie Brothers, Steely Dan. Those are two the best bands
for sure, dude. That sounds
great. For Jethro Tull, Michael Barre, the guitar player, one of the most underrated. Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. Jethro's insane. Yeah, Minstrel in the Gallery, dude.
Steve Howe, definitely one of the best guitar players
King
ever.
Crimson. Shout out.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Ian's got me on the King Crimson. I was just rocking a bunch of King Crimson today. Actually, I was listening to Red. God, that album is so sick, dude.
You know what's so cool is that you have Discipline and you have Primus and Tool, and they literally have their sound from Crimson, but they're completely different sounds.
Yeah, they took like little chunks of Crimson and ran with it.
That's remarkable. Yeah.
Tool
Discipline
on tour, didn't
they?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Discipline, the record, is a huge influence on my other band, Dreamer, on Chris, the guitarist. He turned me on.
Dude, that's a crazy guitar player.
Yeah, for sure.
Dude, whoever that Chris guy is, I've seen some clips, dude. He's fucking
podcast.
Yeah,
he's a good guitar player.
There's stuff I can like point you to the specific parts of the song Space that are directly inspired by Discipline guitar stuff. But dude.
When I listen to Crimson, dude, I literally imagine it would be so cool for somebody to translate that into like the metal realm, you know.
That's basically what Cynic tried to do, and
right. But I'm saying like there's certain songs like the first song on Red, which I think is just earlier. Red. It sounds like you can really translate into something really heavy, you know.
You ever heard what's it called, Exposure, the album with Robert Fripp and Phil Collins on drums? There's some songs on that that are like practically metal, like the song, like the way it is, and some of that stuff.
Okay,
King Crimson does that too, but it's more like fast and aggressive a little bit or something. I don't know. It's different. But
always looked at Crimson like late 70s stuff, early 80s, where it's like Zappa, where it's not even to me, it's not even music. It's like experimenting with the audience and trying to get them to think differently.
Sounds,
you know, like there's music moments,
like
but you're trying to like fuck with people, you know, just like alienate them.
What was three of a perfect pair? What was that? What year did that one come out? I think that was around that time you're talking about, late 70s, early 80s.
Well, kind of, yeah. The best, I mean, the most progressive era of King Crimson is really, I mean, all that stuff's great.
Larks.
It has Bill Bruford, basically, you know, so like he was from Yes, you know. And so, like, you know, Starless and Bible Black, Lark's Tongue and Aspic, you know, that kind of course, Discipline. But that was like, I think, what was the other ones around that time? But yeah, those are the two main ones that kind of stand out to me.
Dude, there's one Crimson song where it's like the dialogue of a serial killer. It's like you're inside his head. It's so fucking crazy. I'm trying to think of what song it is where he's just like, sorry, I'm stumped right now, but it's like, yeah, I'd have to find it, but it's like it tweaks me out when I was watching it, like a live video. I'm just like, wow, this is like fucked up, you know.
Nice.
No,
sick. And
I love that, dude. To me, it brought you to emotional state. That's what music is supposed to be. Now in my life, I'm like, what can involuntarily make me feel emotions, you know? And if it makes you feel fucking uneasy and creepy, I'm actually going to gravitate towards it, you know, because I have such a shield up from all the music that we've all been exposed to for so many years. You know, you've been exposed to the most extreme, brutal shit in music. It's like, what really still can make the hair stand up on the back of my neck and think weird thoughts, you know? And that's kind of where I've gravitated towards. You might have to go back into the 70s to do that.
Nice.
No, I think there's all types of music for different parts of a day, you know, like all different types of, you know, whatever you're going through. You know, there's times I don't even listen to death metal for a while, and then, or if I jam death metal, I never want to listen to death metal when I'm leaving the rehearsal space, because you've just spent 2 hours doing that, you know. So
heavy related, sure.
Like on tour, and everyone puts this on in the van. You're like, I'm going to.
Dude, Kilner told me Cerebral Effusion, they did like a 5-week tour, all the New Standard Elite bands, and the whole freaking tour, Cerebral Effusion only listened to Brutal Death in their van. That's all they listened to. And they're a really good band. Actually. They're a really good band, but he told me that. I'm like, dude, that's like Caveman 101. That's literally like like for like 5 weeks straight on the road. Like, dude. I don't know.
I also heard those dudes love to masturbate.
What?
I went to the show. I went to that tour, and that was the shit they were saying on stage. Like, shout out to Cerebral Effusion. Those guys love to masturbate. I'm not making this up. That was on stage banter.
Have you ever met anybody who hates to masturbate?
It's true. I mean, brutal death metal makes a lot of people want to masturbate, you know? So
it does, dude.
That's what happens if you put it on all day, 24/7.
Definitely the Gorgasm for sure. All right, Sash, so let's get back on your timeline, brother. Hashtag beat it out. I haven't said that in a while.
Great segue. Yeah, masturbate. Okay, Sasha, go. All right.
So you're creeping up on the time where you started masturbating. So when did that
happen? A lot. As much as I can every day.
So all right, bro was there. Having a 5-year-old brother is actually super clutch, because even though he was feeding you or he was listening to stuff that you weren't into, he was giving you little like tastes here and there of stuff that you were latching onto, you know?
Yeah. I think for me, like when I bought a guitar, like Led Zeppelin was still my favorite band, even though I knew like Rush and Jeff Beck and a lot of Prog stuff, and I was all into that. The Police, I was all into all that shit. Just the improv factor of Jimmy Page and Hendrix, and even bands like The Who, they would do like 10-minute jams, or Deep Purple. To me, like that was the pinnacle of music at the time, because it's like thrash or death metal where you see a band live and you're like, oh my god, they're even better than the album. And like thrash, it's like, oh, they're even faster when you didn't think they could go faster. It's like you saw Death back in the day and they're like, oh man, they were even faster. That's how like jam or rock bands were, is like you see live footage and it was just stuff you would never imagine in the context of the song, like the structure. So to me, that experimentation was a big deal when I picked up guitar. As far as like other bands that I got into on my own, I don't know. Like I was so influenced by, you know, all the classic rock, all the old shit, that, you know, pretty much when new metal came around, I still like appreciated it. I knew it was kind of like temporary. I loved System of a Down. I was getting into Tool. I was slowly getting into like Alice in Chains and all the grunge stuff. But I knew it was like Slipknot I didn't really quite like it. It was more extreme, but I couldn't like gel with it.
Yeah.
Like when Lamb of God came around, I'm like, that's cool. It's crazier than the shit I was into, but I was like, went from like Metallica, went to the old Metallica thrash shit, and then that was like game over. And I was already down picking from Led Zeppelin and Black Sabbath. So like I didn't even know that you could upstroke for a couple of years. I just thought whatever. And you know, when I started alternate picking through like guitar magazines, you'd learn some shit, but I was already hammering out Paranoid every day, you know, and learning like Van Halen rhythms and shit. So for all that, it was already down picking. And then by the time Metallica came, I was just like, all right, that's game over. I started growing my hair out and just obsessed over that. I was playing Master Puppets every day, like within about a year and a half span of starting with like Seek and Destroy and the mid-tempo shit. Like within a year, I was trying the hard stuff, and I'd play Ride the Lightning every single day.
Nice.
All that old school shit. I used to just smoke as much weed as humanly possible.
Yes.
Through high school, all I did was smoke weed. I still got A's and B's because I get grounded if I didn't.
Savage,
but I would go
dude.
home. No, I had to. I'd get grounded. So
I know, but that just shows how savage you are because I have smoked weed and I didn't get A's and B's.
Well, you didn't have.
But I actually didn't put in the work, dude.
That's okay. But yeah, for me, like I grew up middle of nowhere, suburb of this city, and I used to just take an old school bus every day. And I was really big into Tool. That's one of the few bands that I was so into, where now I really couldn't care less. Not to take away from what they did. It's amazing stuff, but you know,
yeah,
Alice in Chains.
So there isn't any kind of like Tool, nostalgic connection, though.
No, I can revisit it. I can revisit it, but I don't just throw it on.
And it will take you back to a younger.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. I mean, all music can do that, but as far as like the novelty wore off, and I'm like, you know, Danny Carey's great, but I think he's overrated. Kind of. He's not horrible, but it's like he's like Lars Ulrich and him and Travis Barker. Like you see all the drum websites where everyone's just likes the same three guys. So I think that kind of made me view them a certain way where a little bit. And sorry, that's super random. But yeah, Tool was a big deal. But you know, Bad Motor Finger, Dirt, and Bleach, Nirvana, those three grunge albums are like as heavy as rock can get without being metal. Tool has a lot of shit that's super heavy, but I was always like, I marveled at how fucking heavy rock could be. I couldn't believe it could be that heavy.
Yeah, man.
That's cool. But you know, that was kind of the gateway to bands like Faith No More and eventually Mr. Bungle. And so right around the time Metallica took over, I saw him live. Blackened was the first song. I'm like headbanging like it's 1985, like the whole set. And then after that concert, I'm like, wow, I need to find a different band. Like I realized like the band had moved on and I obsessed so much. And then I found Megadeth and I was like, oh, this is like twice as good as Metallica. So I went from all the down picking of Metallica to learning like Holy Wars. The intro is the very first thing that I was able to play with a gallop. Like that intro I spent fucking 10 hours one day until I could do it. And I just was like, oh my God, this is everything right now. And
I got a question for you about that.
All that shit. Super important. Go ahead.
About Holy Wars intro. By the way, is my volume low? Like, am I quiet?
No, that's
it's
good.
Quiet. Okay.
That's good.
When you play Holy Wars, do you count the intro as like, and a 1, and a 1, and a 2, and a 3, or do you hear it as 1 2 3 How do you count it?
Probably the second.
I think it's like yeah, right.
Yeah. I'm a typical guitar player. I don't think of signatures or any of that lame shit. I just, you want to stop a guitar player, put a metronome on, dude. I'm one of those guys.
Okay, because I heard another homie like mention this, that they had to relearn it, hearing it the other way around for when the drums come in, how it changes it.
That makes sense.
And I just wanted to know.
I probably play it wrong. I probably play it wrong, but
Oh, yeah, Ian's saying and a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 5. Yeah, so Ian's the other side of it, I think.
But the thing is I don't consciously think of a beat before, but I might consider it. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I love those ambiguities. It doesn't really matter how you hear it until you have to play along to someone else and tell them how to play it, right? And suddenly you should try to hash that out.
That happened to me in Decrepit. Like I kept getting fucked up on the prelude. I thought it was I thought it was like the one, but it was no. It's
a 1, 2, 3, 4.
But it's not. It's one, like the is the downbeat.
1 and 2 and 1 and 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Never heard it like that. And I was like, oh shit, I ever figured it out.
Anthony, you didn't miss anything. It's just two drummers talking about drums.
That's all good. No, I'm already stoked on what I'm listening to. I'm like, oh wait. Yeah, it does sound like that happens in the beginning. It's not a full 2 count in the beginning of Prelude, right?
Well, it just start like the is the downbeat. One, it's just
okay. So it starts on the down.
It's not like delta 1.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
What up?
They're saying things, but you can't hear them.
What are they playing? Is that Mario Kart? No.
Yeah.
Is it? Nice, dude.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
They're, Mario Kart over here. We got the fucking Master Wizard guitarist, Gad.
Oh, look at him preparing everybody's dinner.
Out here. Yeah, dude.
Ooh, what up, brother?
I can't quite hear you guys, but they can hear me in my headphones.
Dude, I want some pasta, dude. I haven't had pasta in a while, dude.
They got a fucking, we're in an Airbnb. They went to Guitar Center and got a studio set up for 4 days, and they're going to go return it at the end of the trip.
That's how you do
this
it.
Is our Airbnb out here in Denver. So I'm going to have to eat, guys. I'm pretty hungry. I think I'll give you guys 5 more minutes or something, and then I'm starving because I was tracking all day.
Good.
Hell yeah.
That's no problem, brother.
Well,
but
glad to have you.
Joel's going to come replace me, hopefully.
He should. Possibly. If we don't have him, it's all good. It'll be Casey, me, and Sash for the rest of the night.
Yeah.
Cool.
You can beat it out together. We don't need
I'm still just looking at myself. Where are you guys?
We got you while we can. And
so he's just going to keep it zoomed on you until
out of you as we can while you're here. So you're on full screen. And
hell yeah.
So Joseph, how's
how am I doing?
Is Sasha in the bathroom? He's not on, right?
Oh, I can talk about recording if you need a minute of it.
Oh yeah, just until you
do it.
Well, we are aiming to go through 10 songs. I think the record is just over 30 minutes. So we have like an average of 3-minute song length, basically. And we are 7 out of 10 songs done. We got 1 more day tomorrow, Friday, and we have 3 more songs to do.
How's it tracking we did drums specifically?
Yeah. So we're recording with a kick pad, and I'm playing the kick parts off. Yeah, I'm playing on the kick pad, and we're playing on a DW kit, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Honestly, doing a lot of punching so we can get maximum velocity through each section. Sounds fucking amazing. I'm like, I play until I can't fucking play, like I go max for like 10 seconds, and then I'm just like, I go max for another 10 seconds or whatever. And that's that. Once you do that, and I'm talking about the blast sections, like the open parts, I play, a whole 30 seconds and we one take it or whatever. But it's like, oh, now you know how all your favorite records are done. It's because they fucking just go hard as fuck and start over the next bar or 2 bars or whatever.
Well, especially when you got like a good engineer pushing you to like be like, try to do that section again and do it like your best, more finesse,
Yeah.
That's hard.
What I learned about myself, apparently I hit cymbals really light, which explains why I never break them. He was just like, yeah, like your cymbals are a lot lighter than your snare hits and stuff. And I'm like, interesting.
Interesting.
So that's one of the feedbacks I've gotten on my own style.
That's weird because they tell you people to like hit the cymbals not so hard,
Yeah.
So you're like
absolutely
a little on the other side. That's interesting. Yeah.
I didn't think it was necessarily I was hitting them too light, just lighter than the average drummer. Yeah. And then I don't know. I mean, I guess I was just always used to like practicing at low volume and not wanting to fucking hurt other people's ears. I I know like the you know, the masculine drive to just fucking crush your China or whatever, but yeah, it's not quite me. But then it was fun to just be like, hey, I'm going hard as fuck, is, you know, literally hitting the snare as hard as I can on this breakdown. And yeah, there were some great fucking moments. Some other cool stuff on the record. He really, you know, Dave just really vibes with the band, and he was like psyching on it, and he was getting all like stoked. He's like, you know what, here on this part you got to do this, and he changed a lot of stuff that I had like solidified. Like I've had this material under me for like a year. Some of it I was listening to the demos of it, and then it's like in a split second, like a 5-second, hey, do this, and then suddenly it's forever. That's how it is on the record now. It's just, so there's some stuff that's like that, and I'm like, okay, we'll just see how it comes out, and you just kind of learn to let go of everything you put into it and just let it be its own thing. So
were you able to, like, since you're in the environment of I'm recording in Dave Ottero's studio right now, blah 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 blah, were you able to still like sit back and like be in a part where you're recording and be like, oh yeah, dude, I'm fucking killing this one right now? Like, do you ever have that moment in your head?
Yeah, there was a lot of struggle, especially the first day. We only did one song that day. I think we picked the hardest song, and it was kind of a dumb choice, but it's the one we've been playing live, so we decided to go for it because it was rehearsed. But once we got past that one, I was suddenly, every other song, like, I mean, they're definitely challenging stuff, but like a lot of it has felt like I've been fucking, like I said, I've been waiting over a year. Like I got the demos of this material I think in January 2022. So now it's March 2023, and I'm finally recording it. So I mean, if I don't know how to play this shit, it's really on me at this point. And,
no, totally. But I'm just saying, it's always cool to know that you hit the flow state while you're recording. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like that.
Yeah, dude. Okay, here's one example. There was a part where there's like a written fill in a song, and Dave was just like, what if you just do something like this other fill you had done? And it's more like, I guess you'd call it like a linear fill, or, you know, a little more like gospel-y chop kind of thing. And I was like, yeah, I can. And so I rehearsed the thing I'd already done. I changed it to this part. And then when it came time to track, I did something totally different. And he was just like, what you just did was way better than the stuff you just had been practicing. And now it's just forever. That's now the record version of that fill.
Yeah,
I have to go listen to it and figure out what I actually did. But it's like really, it's like it's like super gospel-y, choppy, and I'm like really stoked on that. That was today. So nice. Yeah, there was a couple moments like that. A lot of it's been a real struggle, but you know, like, you know, you fucking bang your head over at one part. We did, you know, 10 takes on a fill or whatever, but yeah.
I think that, I mean, I already alluded to this before when we were talking about it. An engineer that can, you know, contribute to the record, or at least contribute an opinion that would change the musician's perspective and find something, because that's when we're making things, the ego always gets in the way. But if you can naturally push your own ego out of the way in a moment, there might be something that could surface that is better than what your ego was letting you contribute. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna go a little contrarian. I think you need a certain confidence that ego can provide in order to deliver on certain things. It's different than the creative process where you might just need to let go of all that and just see what comes naturally. But then there comes a part of performance where you're just like, you know what? I'm going to fucking just be me and whip out my fucking
And I don't even actually think that your statement is contrarian, because they're like, what you're talking about is how you get to that point. You know what I'm saying? Like, you need that much. Yeah, past that to
oh yeah. We got fucking big cigarios. What, up on
did you lose your mic? Sash, did you lose your mic? He did.
Did Casey like mute him or something?
He might have. Wait
for Casey to get back.
Well, I mean, he can unmute himself though, can't he? At the bottom,
he should be able to. He's vibing though. He should be able to.
Oh, he muted me.
There it is.
AC,
there you go. Learn that.
Casey muted you in case you farted while
Joseph,
you're on.
I've been wanting to ask you this question for 90 seconds. Do you have gospel chops, or you just front and play ya?
I front all that stuff. It's just from fucking around. I've never like learned like how to play any gospel-y chops type stuff. You know, I just
dude.
But it's one of the things where you can fake it. Yeah.
I saw John Scofield with a gospel band, and it was fucking nuts.
I love it, dude.
It was like from a different planet. Gospel drummers are like the best in the world.
Dude, when we had Alex Bent on, he forgot. I forgot what he said, but those battles that they have, it's a specific thing. Can somebody remind me? Do you remember, Joseph?
Fuck, I don't remember what he calls it, but it's like yeah, I mean, all the drummers just get together and they, what do you call it? Like trade licks or whatever, trade bars, one of those.
It's something like that. It's not trading bars or licks, but I know you're on that path because gospel chops is obviously
workshop is
what they call it
in the chat.
Workshopping, but it's still like, I think it starts. I want to say it starts with an S, but it's like they're like having a fucking something, dude. God damn it! But it literally is those conversations that they shedding. There you go.
Curtis Riley coming through.
Curtis, thank you so much, dude. That's exactly what I was trying.
Curtis, bass player, by the way. Curtis fucking.
So, for those of you who don't know what we're talking about right now, gospel chops is a specific drumming style. It's very expressive and free flowing, you know, in the moment type deal. And the shedding is that I'm talking about is when they have this conversation, 2, maybe 3, maybe even more drummers that they do it. But the one-on-one thing that I've watched tons is it's literally like they're shedding their, maybe actually now I'm thinking about it, they're shedding their emotions, their feelings through their drumming and communicating that back and forth to each other, and they like send it to one drummer and then they take that energy and move it into things that they want to mold and move back. It's like, I love that, dude. I love communication through,
dude, one of the craziest ones.
Language.
Sorry to interject, but there's one of those with, what the fuck? It's one of the best drummers in the world, but it's him and Derek Roddy.
Is it Eric Moore?
Yeah, that one's pretty dope. And
Eric's
Roddy holds his own,
master.
man. Roddy holds his own, man. He's sticking it there with them. Obviously, he's not Eric Moore, but Eric Moore's not Roddy. Like, they're complimenting, and there's no ego. They're just hanging out, and it's a great display of listening. It's not what you're doing; it's listening to what the other guy's doing.
Exactly, dude.
Yeah, like there's a great moment where in that battle or whatever you call it, they like go to a snare roll, and then Roddy like turns it into a one-hand gravity free roll, and Eric just fucking cracks up, and it's just like a good moment because it's like, you know, he goes over the top with it. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's like leading up to it. And it's like, yeah, he respects that, and of course, there's only respect the other way around too. And yeah, that's a fucking rad video.
Oh,
dude, also, I want to shout out.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Eric has a stick company. I don't remember the name of this company, but Eric Moore has his own drumstick company, and I don't know the sticks too well, but the promo video of him playing the sticks has one of the coolest songs I've ever heard. Eric, I must have wrote the song, so that's fucking rad.
We'll check it out.
What is it called? Damn. Someone in the chat, go find out Eric Moore's stick company. And
Eric Moore's stick company.
Name of it.
He's super sick though, dude. And I love knowing Alex and knowing that he was you know, a friend of Eric's, and they have their mutual respect as well, you know, knowing that Alex at the young age that I did, to see him blossom into what he is today and hear his story. I love no matter what type of music you're into, to have respect for just all musicians and all music in general is really how you're gonna grow the best. And I'm not to knock Sasha's band that he mentioned earlier, was it Cerebral whatever.
Fusion.
Yeah, they only listening to death metal. I think they're doing themselves a disservice, because they can add awesome elements to their music maybe if they listen to something
They
else.
probably listen to other types of music, but when no one's around.
Hey,
like, I'm not going to lose my death metal cred. It's a cigar. It's a fucking yeah, it's, I don't know the name of it. It's a high-end cigar. No, I don't smoke weed. I did when I was young. I haven't smoked weed in like 12 years.
Anybody in Gasm smoke weed?
What do you think? Come on now.
Who's sitting on who did you just pass that to?
No one.
That's a silly question.
Oh, it looked like you just passed that off.
Okay, super real random story. Eric, formerly Visceral Discourse, the bass player with super long hair, he did a post where he's like, yo, sitting beside Dennis Chambers on a plane for wherever he was going. I'm like, dude, if I sat beside Dennis Chambers, I would it'd be hard not to just be like, dude. And you know, like the first jazz fusion I heard was actually Chambers on a Tony McAlpine Cab. I don't know if you know the band Cab. Cab 4, that's one of the first like fusion albums I heard. And yeah, Eric did a post saying like, hey, sitting beside Dennis Chambers, but he knew Cryptopsy. So real knows real. Like Dennis Chambers knows Flow is playing. He probably heard it and went like, oh yeah, that's, you know, he probably heard that long time ago. And what's cool is if any type of like niche musician understands metal, it should be jazz, because old school jazz to tour back then doing what they're doing, they're probably playing through to a room full of musicians like the metal folk, you know, like what we do, right? So that's kind of interesting.
My thing that would be showing that maybe they wouldn't be into it though is that there's no freedom of expression in live settings. You know what I'm saying? And like a death metal played live is
there's no improv.
You gotta do it exactly.
But there is some improv. There is some improv. You know, that's an interesting question, is how much percentage of improv, you know, because like, you know, but I guess it's still for the most part, but
other than solos, you know, like guitar players that don't repeat their phrasing, but like you're playing your point A to B, where jazz is like, we're gonna, you know,
it's a lot more.
Improv may be involved in the writing stages of an album, but once it's solidified in time, that's how it's played in the death metal realm, you know.
Yo, what up, Marlon? Yo, what up?
Most of the time, there definitely are bands that revamp and change their music for the live setting, but still, that doesn't include. Okay, we're gonna leave this section open for everybody. You're gonna have this section
not in, like,
express yourself,
but like
I think my interpretation of jazz musicians, how they would interpret metal, like a jazz drummer, they would be like, oh, you're blasting staccato for like this to this. That's so limiting. And it would just be like deprived of all the various options you could do. It would be like too much in that box, I think. And also the lack of dynamics, like the Alex Webster old interview, he's like, the limitations of death metal is that it has to be brutal. And I never realized that up until that point, whereas jazz, you can have an array of, you know, what you want to paint your canvas with, where metal is like blood and black. Like it has to be like, you know, pretty.
And I'm not here to knock death metal, because obviously we're all death metal musicians and we love it to death. But yeah, what you're saying is what I have realized over the years too, like coming across bop drumming, like I forget who the guy is, and I'm gonna sound like a fucking stoner idiot because I don't know the actual guy, but there's The Art of Bop Drumming is the name of the book. The Art of Bop Drumming. Casey's got me. I know. I could see he's typing.
I'm not sure. Is it Art
Would it
Blakey
be
or something?
Purdy?
No,
Would it be
it's
like
the
for
Art
Purdy
of
stuff?
Bop Drumming. Is
Oh,
what up?
yo, what up?
Oh, what up? Made it.
Bananas
Yo,
in
what
the
up, man? Yo,
house.
what's up, man?
How you
What's
doing?
up?
What up? What happened? Got one of the
Sports.
sharks out here.
Yeah,
For the
football.
listeners, Joel Horner is in the house, dude. What up,
What's up,
brother?
y'all? Yeah, how's it going?
Anyways, keep the combo going.
Yeah, dude. I was gonna say there is a album / book called The Art of Bop Drumming, and there are guys that play out of that book on YouTube that you can actually just type.
Oh, like a
Art of
drum.
Bop Drumming.
Okay, yeah.
I forget the guy who wrote it and all this shit, and I'm sorry that I don't have that information on off the dome. But when you watch people play out of this
Riley.
book, you say it again.
On Riley.
There you go.
John Riley. Was it
That's
John
when
C. Riley?
John C. Riley. Right after he did King Kong, while he was doing the season 5 of Tim and Eric.
That's a good one. Yeah.
No, but when
Yeah.
you watch a player that plays bop and what is in between the lines, like the ghost notes and all that shit trip me out, dude. Ghost notes are a huge thing that I'm like starting to get really interested in, because it is literally between the lines
Spooky notes
of what you would find in death metal. There's no ghost notes in death metal. It's just like full blast every fucking time. Just hit it as hard as you can.
Sean Reiner did ghost notes.
That's what I'm saying. So it's and
More
before I even had the language to speak, not even speak it, but just understand it. You know what I'm saying?
Let's get to the nitty gritty. So it's not about straight ahead jazz. Like if you're comparing death metal, it's more like fusion, like Return to Forever, Mahavishnu Orchestra, like things like that are more closer to, because those are structured songs that like they play, like Al Di Meola shit, like stuff with like Steve Gadd on drums or whatever these dudes, Vinny Colaiuta, those kind of guys. That shit's structured songs, and they might improv on the solos, and it definitely has jazz influence. Deviate for sure, but just same way as like, and then comparing that to like technical death metal is a little extreme, but like if you compare it to progressive metal or like Between the Buried and Me or like or whatever or something,
right.
So there's like a little more or Cynic or something, like it gets closer into that like crossover.
I know.
Like
I think for the creation aspect of metal or death metal, crazy amount of improv for certain outfits, but once the product's there, it's just a means of B, like start, finish.
Looking at it all together.
I think one of the only bands that would have improv is the Dharmata, Defeated Sandy. When I saw them live, I'm sure there was solo sections where they'd have extra bars because Fountainhead's like, you don't want to stop him. He's just, an alien. So,
Well, I would also say it's not completely metal, but Simulacrum. We've talked to Matt Hollenberg on the episode, on an episode, and I'm a big fan of Zorn, and having him at the helm of your project, you're going to be forced to be put in a position where you're going to have to improv, because there is a section where he will literally tell
what
you
it is
to express yourself.
You're talking about John Zorn, right?
Yeah, so Simulacrum is Kenny Gorowski from Imperial Triumphant, Matt Hollenberg,
and then with Zorn though,
and then Medeski from Medeski Martin and Wood on organ, and then Zorn at the helm of composition. And
dude, Zorn's a fucking genius. Like, I don't know his music too well, but he's so good.
Dude, we'll stay in touch. I'll give you like all the heavy hitters, and then you find your way into whatever you want of Zorn, because Zorn will give you everything. I mean, I haven't really heard any.
He's kind of like a Zappa, where he has like probably 50 to 70 recordings already. A lot of live stuff.
Way more prolific than Zappa. He actually had to start his record label to sign bands to put out all his music, because he had so much fucking music written, dude. the Masada project alone is like almost like 700 compositions.
Zappa produced all his stuff. He probably.
I know, but Zappa was, I think he was up
him.
to almost 90 albums before he passed, which obviously in like 30 years, that's killer. I'm just saying, like, Zorn has been doing it since the 70s and he hasn't stopped. Like, I literally watch the dude that he works with for recording most of the time is always posting on social media. Got another Zorn record.
but
I'm recording. Got another Zorn record.
John Zorn didn't write "Broken Hearts Are for Assholes," bro. So I'm sorry.
And he didn't write "Don't Eat the
Still gonna
Yellow
like
Snow"
Zappa
or fucking Saint Alfonso's Pancake Breakfast. He didn't.
I just looked up like, because we're talking about prolific and stuff. Obviously, like, you know, I've brought it up a few times, but I decided to look what the current number of albums is for Buckethead right now, and he's at 435.
Yeah, he's got it all. Bucket's got the fucking. He's got them.
It's all 388, of which are the Pike series. That's like 388 albums of a Pike series that he has.
Don't quote me on this, but I think at like 275, he's like, I think I'm gonna die. I have a disease.
Mm-hmm.
And then he put out another 100.
Just because you have all those albums doesn't mean that it's all good.
Yeah. I mean, the fun thing would be like finding good shit. Like that'd be the ultra nerd shit, is like sitting through 435 albums and be like, I'm gonna find a sick song.
I'm gonna make the best playlist for all my friends.
Like, there's only 12 notes in all music. There's no way that all those albums are good. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's probably some that are just like noise.
I'm gonna be totally truthful. Here I am talking about Buckethead. The only one I remember is the one he did with Claypool. I don't even know if he did more than with Claypool, but it was that one.
There's Bucket of Bernie Brains. There was that's
this is a chicken something.
Brain. Some chicken coop or something like that. Yeah,
that one. That's it.
But he has art though. I almost bought a piece. He's like makes this random art and just like sells it for like $100. And I'm like, fuck. There was one that I fucking had my eye on and someone snagged it from me. But it's just super funny art. It's all like weird and wacky, and it's just like
he probably has 430 other art pieces you can get, bros.
Oh yeah.
I hope he has buckets for sale at the merch booth so people could be wearing buckets in the crowd.
Yeah, there's got to be. I mean, someone sold me a Buckethead beanie at last show I went to. It's like a perfect beanie with like a KFC bucket on it. Anyways,
Monsters and Robots. Thanks, guys. I love you guys in the chat, by the way. Anytime I fucking stoner brain out, you guys always have my back, dude. Thank you. Monsters and Robots was the album.
So what are we in?
Let's get back the fuck out of the weeds, guys. I think we've been in the weeds for I don't know, a long time. I think.
It's all about the weed, brother.
Yeah.
No, but Sash, all right, let's get into your teenage years, dude. So when did you come across like-minded metalheads and all that stuff?
I'm the token dude in my high school that listened to metal. Like, I was like, there was other dudes that knew like Metallica and Megadeth, and I got them into Death and all that, but I was like the only dude listening to like heavy shit. There's a couple guys, Royce Costa, local guy, shout out to him, high school buddy. He plays in a band called Nihilithia. They're no longer doing stuff, but yeah, he was into Meshuggah and Strap Young Lad, and so like there were people, but for me there's a website called, back in the day, it was like musicianforums.com, and it had all these crazy reviews of all this music I was getting into. So when I got into Megadeth, there was all these other bands that I got into at the same time. So like Tool and Alice in Chains, I was listening to all the time. But soon after, it was bands like I got into Death and Mr. Bungle at the exact same time. And I got Sound of Perseverance, and I just couldn't believe it. It was just beyond anything I would think of at the time. But yeah, it was like Meshuggah, Nevermore, Emperor. There's so many other bands I'm forgetting. But yeah, it was a Symphony X I knew when I was like 16 or 17. V, that album was a big deal. But yeah, I was literally living in the middle of nowhere, working farm jobs, shoveling horse shit, listening to like Meshuggah. and like stoned out of my mind and just ridiculous, right? But fuck, there's so many other bands I'm forgetting. But yeah, it was just like I wanted the heavy shit. And then I went to A&B Sound. I don't know if America had that store, but there's a few eclectic people that work there. And I was trying to get into the brutal shit, but the vocals were still like a bit too extreme. But all the bands that I would avoid because they're too extreme, like Cannibal Corpse, Cryptopsy, I would see them, but it was just like way over the top. But eventually those became all the bands that I was looking for. So within like 16, 17, I had Origin's first album, Dechristianize, Nile and Their Darkened Shrines. I couldn't believe how low it was. It just blew my mind. And a lot of it didn't register. But when I got Cryptopsy None So Live, their live album, it was like a light bulb went off. And I was like, this is everything I've been looking for. Like the drums and even the vocals. Martin Lacroix, he never did an album with them, but he was a phenomenal vocalist. And yeah, Cryptopsy, that album, like it was the percussive shit. I was fine. I got Pantera. I never got into them because the drums were just too simple. Other bands like that, I just couldn't get into it because it just was too simple rhythm wise. So yeah, once I got into Cryptopsy, it was like game over.
Yeah,
and,
right.
Death was my favorite band when I was like 17. I was learning, so it was like Metallica, Megadeth, learning all the Megadeth shit, rhythms. Like I wasn't doing the solos because I don't do heroin. I couldn't quite get there. But, yeah, Death was like the next thing. But yeah, I mean, Peace Sells is like, it's so fucking good. Rust in Peace is my favorite thrash album, and I'd play that shit all the time or try to. Totally. On top of down picking Metallica. But then when I started learning death shit, it was like, this is what I want to do. I want to play death metal, was through Death. And, Miss Sugar, I loved a lot. Opeth, I got into. That's a band I don't listen to anymore. But, that was like a gateway band. And then like bands like In Flames. I heard Children of Bodom. I was kind of like, eh.
I gotta stop you right there because I just have to ask you, what made you stop listening to Opeth?
All right, real quick, go to me real quick. I have a live unbagging.
Oh shit!
I just got this just in the mail just now.
A live unbagging. Nice.
I never had an Opeth shirt. No, it's just
that's sick.
Unbagging music.
It's a different song for that.
I just got my first Opeth shirt.
Oh yeah,
the Blackwater Park one. So I was like, because I'm a late bloomer with Opeth, so I didn't really like ever get into them until like probably 10 years ago. And then I was like,
I bought
understanding their compositions and shit, and like understanding like and watching like still keeping the music going. Just understanding them like their songwriting wise. I'm like, they're my favorite songwriters. Like, I mean, from those albums, there's like they have such a huge stretch of albums that are so different that like after it's like Blackwater Park and then like Ghost Reveries and there's a Deliverance and there's a Watershed and those are like the ones where I'm like, Jesus Christ. Then they got all kind of like 70s prog rock, which is cool, but it's like just different style for them. But like the emotion and the ups and downs they bring, I was like, I think they're the most like all over the place band,
I would say, Anthony, you're asking why I didn't get into Opeth further. Like I was
what made you stop?
It was like they were really good, but like songwriting wise, like I had all the crazy prog stuff of Yes, Jethro Tull, all that shit early on, and to me they were like, and like even Dream Theater, I heard. I hate James Labrie as a singer. I couldn't like really get past that, but I marveled at the music. And I think I got really high on that old prog shit. And by the time I heard Opeth, I was looking for like the more aggressive music, rhythm wise.
Yeah.
So it's not that I didn't like Opeth. And and then like clean vocals can work in metal, and there's bands that do it really well. But that's kind of what made me start to go just for the heavy shit. Is I wanted just heavier, more experimental stuff in the vein of just more and it's a lot of it's drumming, you know. That's what I realized is it's like Pantera. It's not that I didn't like Pantera, it was just the drums were so like simple. And I guess that would be the same thing with Opeth. It's nothing against Pete Perez or whatever his name is, good drummer. It's just it only went so far. That's all.
Yeah, that's why I had to get into it like later, because I wasn't into it when I was in my like teching, climbing up like a crazy ladder. I was like, I got to the top of that mountain and then came down, and then more catchier stuff that was like written better, like hit me in the feels more than like a guy going 380 on, you know, like, you know what I mean? Like, because that was more like Olympics. I was more into the Olympic metal. I still am, and I have my albums that I just cannot, like, I will never stop listening to. But like when it got to the point where it was like, all right, things are getting too crazy, and like things are like insane now. And then Opeth kind of brought me back, where I was like, okay, I like the singing. All right, I'm getting old. All right, it's like old Peth for me. It's just fucking like, okay. I like the old shit now. It's like the classic rock mixed in.
I think I was looking for more stuff going on in shorter songs.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Where like I was growing out of Tool, growing out of Opeth. And it's not that they didn't have good ideas. It's like you got to wait 6 minutes to get to the thing, you know, or what have you.
Yeah. So my brother would call them commercials, because it would be like big chunks with little commercials.
And then like, all right, back to the football game 20 minutes later. Like back to the exciting
even with the Opeth stuff, like I bought OK Computer Radiohead, and I was like, that is more sophisticated songwriting in a shorter period of time than Opeth for me.
Yeah, Opeth would draw it out. They would have 12-minute songs, 13-minute songs, and you'd have to like you have to go for the intro and then like go through the meat and go to like the middle part of the story, and then they'd end the story. It's like a fucking book, you know?
Like, that's where like a band like Carcass Heartwork, where it's definitely not prog or anything, but the sheer songwriting quality. Like I started learning some of that stuff for the first time, because I didn't know it was in B standard. I'm like, B standard. And I was learning some of the shit, and I'm like, oh, I revisited and remembered why that blew my mind. It's just really great songwriting. And what's interesting is Heartwork's like that if Iron Maiden wrote a death metal album. Like the leads, and it's kind of like Opeth has a lot of Iron Maiden qualities. Death sounds like Iron Maiden, but I was never a Maiden fan. But I still got
like more of like it's like an aggressive like a death metal at the gates was Heartwork to me. It's kind of like got the Swedish bouncy, you know, like the more melodic parts.
Has the similar rhythms.
Yeah,
no, I hear that, but At the Gates I heard at the time, but it was too like just straightforward for what I.
You sound like Bungle fucked up your mind, dude, and I think that we're in the same
page. That literally did. You know, that's one of the. This is cool. Mr. Bungle is one of the only bands on tour with Gorgasm where we all love Bungle and we'll listen to it. And we didn't realize until we were on tour. And Anthony, Tony, what up? He's no longer playing live with Gorgasm.
The bass player, right?
Vout. I can't say his name right, but he threw on like California, and fucking Matt loves that. Damien, myself, and like we're just on tour, just rocking out to that, and like Van Halen and all this other shit. But you're right, Mr. Bungle literally took everything I knew about music and then flipped it upside down. And this is super random, but Atheist did that to me for death metal. When I heard, when I worked up to all the death metal stuff and I heard Piece of Time, I was like, it took everything I knew about death metal, flipped it upside down, and threw it into pieces. And I think Atheist should be like considered a band like Dillinger Escape Plan, where like Dillinger exploded, but Atheist was so far ahead of its time. And I mean, Cynic, everyone's appreciating Cynic now, and that's great. I got into Focus like when I was 17 too. That was a big deal. It was really weird. I was like, what's with the alien vocals? But Atheist was like one of those bands, kind of like Severed Savior, where like you guys never got the proper recognition, in my opinion.
Right on, dude. Well,
sure.
I thank you for mentioning Severed Savior in the same sentence as Atheist, but I don't agree with you. Atheist made a lot more big of a movement on the scene, I think, than Severed.
I mean,
But-
it's just so different back then. I mean, imagine like they got like samba style, like fucking, like the shit that was
Not even that, dude. Like you listen to the because there, if you go
but
back,
the balls it took though.
when they
You're
were
like you're in a death metal
savage.
Florida scene, and like you're like we're gonna do like dun, 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 you know what I mean? Like the balls that took to me is like
Dude,
no,
and-
for
and-
sure. I'm just saying when you listen to that, there's nobody else doing
Dude,
that. At that
yeah,
time.
yeah.
Zero.
Steve Flynn on drums. I think that's his name for Atheist.
Yeah.
Is it Flynn?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
He's like dragging on the meter so much where it's like he's almost holding back the shit, and it's like this really uneasy tension all the time. And
Yeah.
it's like that could drive so many people that are like within BPMs and playing to a click. It's like he's dragging everything and fucking it up because they're all stoned
We had
and drinking
we
all the
played
time. So trippy.
we played footage of Tony Choi's first rehearsal or whatever with
Yeah, I saw that shit.
And there is a ton
Unbelievable.
of great footage of Steve's playing in that video. If you guys who's listening, you want to check that out, please look up Tony Choi's first rehearsal.
And Rand Berkey, the lead guitarist in Atheist, along contrary or across from Kelly. Rand has such a great lead playing, and he's playing upside down.
Yeah.
And
you see plenty of that in the video too, dude.
Yeah, and very few players have played upside down. Albert King, Stevie Ray Vaughan's favorite guitar player, blues guy, he played upside down. There's very few guys that have done that. And
there's totally
trip and a half.
All across the board, originality in that group of guys at that time, and we're very fortunate for those guys to pop up all at the same place at the same time to where they can all meet each other.
It's so weird, like to me growing up back then, like and getting those CDs in the 90s or late 90s, like I had the Element CD. I had a couple. I didn't have like every one, but I had like a couple of them, and like
to
us it was just like, oh, this band's a big deal. So I never thought of them as this like small band,
Yeah.
Like, I was like, to me, they're like, oh, this band's like super important. Mike Smith's wearing the Atheist shirt and the effigy photos, whatever.
That's
and
because you know what's up. So you're in the know of understanding who did it first. And that was back in the days where you see early 2000s or late 90s. If a new band's wearing a Nile shirt, you're like, oh, I have to check them out because they know the real shit. Where, that picture with Mike Smith wearing the Atheist shirt is like one of the best death metal pics of all time.
So sick.
Definitely.
They're like
so many
mulling with the hair and Mike
Yeah.
Smith's like this, fucking.
That's like, I mean, going back to like we always talk about going to record stores, but another way that you like would find out about bands, I found out about a lot of bands by seeing the bands that I would love, and then the dude like what shirts they are wearing. Like I'd be like, oh, what shirt's that? Well, I've never seen that band. I need to see that band for sure. Listen to that band, But
and I mean, that was back when you would just buy albums just because you're taking a risk and you don't know.
You're trusting your heroes. You're like, oh, that dude's wearing that shirt. He plays sick music. It's got to be good.
But it's it's the culture of taking the time out of the day to try to find out about these bands.
Right.
It's not so much, I don't want to say it's lost because of the instant social media and videos and ADD audiences, but that culture of having to take the time and want to find the stuff that when you actually found it at like a used record store, like I got Demolich used record store, I got Pestilence Spheres used. I didn't even know what it was. I just bought it because I was like, this looks like something that I might like.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, those are like those gems that you find.
That's super cool, dude. I mean, I've loved that feeling, and Joel and I have talked about it so much, dude. Going to the record store and then coming out with a few CDs. Not all you want to do is get in the car. As soon as you turn on the engine, you put it in the CD player, and is it going to be good? You know,
it's like a group of friends, like you guys all could afford one CD, and like it's like who gets to go first? Like who gets to go first, dude? I think this is gonna be the sickest. Like, I need to put mine first. Like, you know, I'm like, and then
the
sucks.
first.
You're like,
but dude, we've all had that first one that has been sick, and then you're like, oh shit, dude, and you put your car into reverse, like, fuck yeah, this ride's gonna be sick.
Dude, that was even with Defeated Sanity chapters. I heard it in the store. I threw it on, and at the time I was in a band where we never played scissor beats. We're like, that's lame. And I remember hearing the intro. I'm like, wow, this is crazy. I can't hear everything that's going on. And then the scissor beat comes in, and I'm like, but I bought it anyways. And then I was like, oh, there's so much more to this music than I realized.
Oh yeah.
There's so many, like, back then there's so many like hard lines of what we don't want to, like you said, scissor beat or something. Like there's like a style that you're like, nah, I'm not into that, dude. Fuck that.
Right,
you know
now,
what I mean? Like,
nope.
it's like a part comes in where you're just like, all right, well, this riff is like fucking kind of a little too breakdowny. I don't really know if I want to listen to this shit. You know what I mean? Like back in the day, there'd be times. I remember one of our buddies, Josh. I'm gonna call him out right now. We were when that what was the Cephalic Carnage album with that song,
Dying Will Be the Death.
Yeah, Dying Will Be that was like they released that first as one of their songs on like the internet. It was an MP3 to download or on MySpace or something.
Yeah.
And I remember Josh coming up to us and just being like, dude, what the fuck, dude?
They're what the fuck happened to Cephalic, dude?
And I was like, dude, they're fucking,
you don't get the parody, dude.
And it's a parody. Like, what do you and then their music video comes out and it's about them kidnapping an emo kid and like killing him or something.
You know what's great about that with Cephalic is kind of I hung out with the one guitar player, I think it's Zach.
Right.
I met him at a Morbid Angels show in Seattle, and we just talked about Mr. Bungle the whole time, and I realized that they incorporate a lot of humor into what they do because that's what they are. They're still a serious band. And I'm not saying more death metal bands should do that. I'm just saying that it takes a lot of balls to be original, and Cephalic Carnage were light years ahead because they're like, hey, everyone's expecting this. We're going to go this way just because we have to. Otherwise, we're not growing as musicians or
the crazy thing with
people, you know.
The link to Mr. Bungle and Cephalic is pretty crazy because Steve Goldberg has done
the
sound
road
for
guy.
He's done sound for like I don't know about he might have done Bungle, but he's done like a lot of Mike Patton stuff. Like Mike Patton,
he definitely did Bungle on that last run when me and Trevor.
That's right.
Was on sound that night.
Yeah,
the drummer of Mr. Bungle is one of the most underappreciated musicians ever. I saw him live with Secret Chiefs. And he was drumming for Secret Chiefs, and it was one of the best shows I've ever seen. And it was just
I'm telling you right now, Secret Chiefs 3 is one of those bands that will hit you just as hard as the Stratosphere. For anybody who's watched the Stratosphere or knows the Stratosphere, they'll probably hit you harder because I know what Sasha's saying, and I'll let him go on to it. I just want to say I had a huge spiritual moment with Secret Chiefs live, and it was with Trevor. The same guy I just mentioned. But yeah, Sash, what was yours?
No, it was just simply just with Secret Chiefs. They're pretty much like I don't know, like 10 years ago, 12 years ago, but it was like at the end of the show, I'm like, oh, this is like if metal musicians, instead of playing death metal, they just went and tried to be Mid-Eastern with Trey's electric sitar guitar.
It's totally Trey, bro. And Trey's the madman, dude.
He's one of the only people, when I met Lesky and also Steve Tucker, some of the few times I've actually been starstruck when I met them.
Right.
And Trey was selling merch. And I wanted to say, like, my ass is on fire. That changed my life. Like, the riffing of it, all that. And I literally couldn't say anything because I didn't want to be like another one of those fans. You know, I wanted to just give him his space and just be like, hey, thank you. I shook his hand and I was like, holy fuck, you know.
Dude, my dorkiest moment was I lived with after Casey moved out of the house we were living in, Lee from a Stratosphere moved in, and we were just sitting there having some drinks one night, and Trey came over and was just hanging out drinking beers. And I didn't know it was him at all. I was just hanging out, and it was this Trey like And he's all, dude, that's the guy from fucking Mr. Bungle shit. And I was like, what the fuck? That's him. Like,
dude,
just,
I
like,
didn't
hung out.
know. I didn't know Trey did all like keyboard stuff too, like Stub-a-Dub. That intro is Trey. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He's very much behind a lot of it, dude. A lot of the stuff we love about those projects, that's Trey's brain, you know.
Do you know people that saw Mr. Bungle live during the first album? Do you know, because you're Cali boys, do you know anybody that saw that first rendition live?
Yeah, we got
Dude.
David Siskins for sure mentioned that in Bungle.
Yeah, but what, Casey? Yeah,
I went to Humboldt State for my first year of college back in 2001. And yeah, basically just for like a year, and they basically, those guys were like up there and like from there and like had just been to that school or something like really recently or something, or multiple people. So that's my connection with them. And then David definitely saw that.
Yeah,
or at least
David was the one who had all the bootleg videos of them back in the 90s. And yeah.
Well, I had VHS. I had like the whole I'm thinking about it. I keep remembering it. It was like mostly the Disco Volante.
Yeah.
And it was like a
Dude,
VHS of them doing live.
You want to talk about like all-time best band chemistries? Like Mr. Bungle's up there. Like the amount of knowledge of music within those few minds is pretty astounding, I think.
You could tell that they all at that time, at least, everybody was involved. You know, they were all so high caliber, and they had been playing since they were in high school. I mean, if you haven't done your research on Mr. Bungle, they used to be called Bister Mungle. That was their first name. and they
to be like they wanted they oh, go ahead.
No, go for it. Yeah, you can add to it. Go for it.
There's a little lag going on.
I was just gonna say they wanted to be a death metal band at the very beginning, and then it's kind of like Cephalic Carnage. They're like, oh, we're just gonna play a bunch of crazy ska music with breakdowns and these jazz lines over top of guitar. I mean, that's pretty inventive.
We all have had high school bands, guys. You know, whose high school band became Mr. Bungle? Nobody except for them. That literally is like a fucking once in a lifetime. No, there's probably more, but I'm just saying, for me, I'm like, Mr. Bungle all went to high school together, and it started in high school.
I guess
what the fuck was I doing?
Well, that's like Suffo. Suffo started in high school, right?
It's Humboldt, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Suffo was in high school.
Yeah, in New York and Suffolk County.
So you want to talk about like you want to talk about being inventive and ahead of their time and starting
straight up
like
hitting the lottery, dude.
But in your formative years, like when all of us are going through, you know, Limp Bizkit and all that shit, these guys are like, fuck that. We're gonna actually do something really like earth shattering.
They didn't have
whether
a chance
they
to
consciously realized it or not.
And when you listen to like, what was it, the Raging Wrath of the Easter Bunny? Yeah, that's the sound quality is terrible, but you see what was going on in there. And even Bowl of Chili, they were still in high school, I think. And Bowl of Chili is this crazy. It's already pre what you would see Mr. Bungle to be, ska, punk, metal. All these.
Dude, I love how they're on Warner Brothers. Imagine like some executives being like, "Oh yeah, we got, you know, paperwork, new band." And like, "Oh, what do they sound like?" "Oh, it's like Faith No More or whatever." Like, imagine them getting the self-titled album. They're like, "Oh fuck, who do we fire first?" You know, like, how do we cover our assets on the investment of money here? Like, who can we blame?
I just love the super Northern California stoner vibe of, oh, dude, we're signed to Warner Brothers, dude. If you take it and then you just flip it on itself, it's MB, Mr. Bungle, dude. It's meant to be, dude.
Meant to be.
That's their. They literally flip the Warner Brothers logo on itself, and it's a Mr. Bungle logo now.
And that's kind of like the King Crimson, like fuck with the audience thing. And they brought it to a live setting where there's one video where, or I'm sure lots of videos, but there's one of the first album era and they start with "Welcome Back, Mr. Carter." And they're like, "Welcome back, dude, dude, dude," and they're like, "Oh," and they're like, "We sold out," and they walk off stage, and then they come back and they play the same song but in Spanish. And then like as a crowd member, you'd just be like, "What the fuck am I watching here?" And then
it's
then
like
boom,
they don't know the
they go
band,
into
you're like-
Travolta. Then once you
Yeah.
catch up to what's going on, they go into like the real material of what they're doing. So it's totally like fucking with the audience.
Yeah, they're always fucking with the audience. Even like with Faith No More, I went and saw Faith No More, and the opening band was all gay clogging troupe. They all clogged in wooden clogs to music for a half an hour before we waited for Faith No More.
Faith. I mean, a lot of the Mr. Bungle things kind of remind me a little bit of like Andy Kaufman music, like like as like a different kind of it's taking a different angle
it's
that you have to like
performance
really,
art. Yeah,
performance art. Yeah, exactly. Oh,
totally.
Thank you, Jetty.
I love all those like rival videos of like Faith No More and the Red Hot Chili Peppers, like on
Oh, dude, there's an interview. There's a Fantomas interview, and it's like, do you want to see 4 of the most jaded, pissed off musicians ever? Because it's after the Chili Peppers kicked them off, and Lombardo got kicked out of Slayer, and they're in Europe, and it's literally but Buzz Osborne's the king of sarcasm and being jaded. And then you have a younger Mike Patton and Lombardo, like freshly pissed off. And it's literally like you'll never see 4 more like beat up musicians of like, I've spent my whole life to get here. I'll send it to you. It's like, it's entertaining, but it's like, wow, you guys are
still like, fuck. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's the trials and tribulations of making a career out of experimental music, dude. Phantom Haas is not going to be played on the radio anytime soon.
I mean, you brought up Frank Zappa earlier too, and thinking about like one of the famous things he was talking about when the music industry changed. There's like Frank Zappa's got the best like quotes of like about music. He's like the George Carlin of our time.
That's the perfect analogy. Yeah.
He was saying like, well, the thing what happened was these old record labels, they used to take record labels would take risks. They'd be like, oh, this is a new weird thing. Maybe we'll like take gambles on something that's different. And then it became like, all right, it turned into like these kind of executives came in and they were like
programming music.
They're like bottom line. That's all that matters. Bottom line. And so there was like a bunch of cool people back there that were like open to like making like taking chances on bands and being like, oh, they're different, but maybe it's a cool thing and people will get into, like back in the 70s, 60s. And then people were like, oh, this is the sound that sells though. They got the bottom line business people in there. They're like, no, this is what's marketed to sell is this. And then they just signed only that, didn't take any chances. It became like very safe for them to be like pop, easy, easy listening, kind of not easy listening, but like
add to what,
catchy chorus. Yeah.
To add to what Joel's saying, that's why I go on about the Beatles, because people hate me talking about the Beatles, but before them, there was never a song over 3 minutes long. Bands didn't sing about death. And when the Beatles grew their hair out, it actually changed the culture. Like people realized like, oh, you can live a different life. You don't have to be like cut into a box. And I mean, to me, the greatest music in many ways was from 1968 to 75, because every band was completely different, like in so many different ways, because they realized that you can, obviously through doing drugs and shit, but also thinking for yourself and being an individual, you had the freedom to become something. Whereas prior to that, in Vietnam and all that, like cookie cutter, like, indoctrination of the system, the Beatles were able to deviate from that. And that's kind of what Zappa was saying, is like, people were taking risks because a lot of the great music that was changing the world were risk takers and people that were trailblazing and writing
and
about
Zappa
stuff.
I was just going to say Zappa was taking those risks back in you said 68 to 75. And that's, the Mothers, I think their first record came out in 68 or something like that.
Yeah.
Mothers of Invention. And at that time he was taking tons of risks, because when you listen to those first 3 Mothers of Invention albums, which is Freak Out, Absolutely Free, and We're Only in It for the Money.
Yeah.
When you build up to We're Only in It for the Money, which I would say if anybody wants to listen to one of those 3, listen to We're Only in It for the Money, because it is the Mr. Bungle record of 1968 or 69, whenever it came out, because there are so many different genre blending aspects to the album, plus all this satire and parody built into the record that is basically unveiling every stupid aspect of living at that time. You know, he's making fun of the hippies. He's making fun of the government.
About that era, Anthony, is Zappa was ignorant to drugs because he just smoked cigarettes and drank coffee. So what I find very interesting is he was creating the world for hippies, even though he like deep down had a disdain for them.
I don't think he was creating the world, because that was already after the flower power movement.
Yeah, but he was the most far out, man. Like his music was so out there. But the irony is, like,
back on it, everybody looks back on it. Like anytime I bring up Zappa to somebody who's uninformed, it will always be like, yeah, dude, that guy sounded like he took a ton of acid. And I'm just like, yeah, he didn't take any of it.
More like on the fringe levels of like people with like Grateful Dead and stuff, and they would quote like more mainstream avenues, like in literally like the fucking acid, like on the campuses.
Well, the bad acid. Grateful Dead's like all the people that did the brown acid ended up listening to Grateful Dead. You know, like don't take the brown acid. That's fucking Grateful Dead.
That's the whole jam band thing. Yeah.
Yeah, like I read a book on Zappa, and I only got halfway through because I lost interest. But in his heyday, if someone at a club gave him a brick of hash, he didn't know the difference between that and heroin. Like he just was so detached from a lot of the people that were checking out his music. That's all I'm saying. It was just very funny to have that dichotomy.
No, I'm down that he stayed away, because what would have happened to that brain? You know, what
if he did smoke weed, man? That's like, you ever listen to Zappa? Zappa's like,
what if Zappa?
I wrote this song. What if he wrote it on weed, man? You know,
or on acid or something. Like,
but it's like authors and stuff, like people that write things that are also they're like they really weren't like doing it, or they just had that mind, like is it imagination kind of thing, you know, or like expression.
Dude,
like Stephen King was like high as fuck for a lot of the a lot of the shit he wrote was.
He famously is
super
famous.
random.
He doesn't even remember writing Cujo because he was.
He didn't remember writing that. Yeah, it's insane.
That's hilarious, dude. How could you write a whole movie and a whole book and
just get hammered every night and just like fucking do a bunch of lines and be like.
I think the thing about the Beatles that people like that you said earlier, Sasha, I wanted to say this is that people don't like realize is like that was like a major shift in like what's rock and roll, which kind of led to like what we do even with metal. Like even though Helter Skelter is kind of, some people say that's even like the first metal song or whatever, all that. But really, like before that, it was like classic, Chuck Berry, Ray Charles, Elvis, of course, mainstream 50s rock, and then the early 60s was like surf rock and shit. And then like 64 was British Invasion around that kind of time ish, around there, I think, right?
Adding to what go ahead. Adding to what you said, when
late 60s, yeah.
When people don't know, like, because you're 5 generations later, but when Bob Dylan went electric, that was blasphemy. When Buddy Holly had distortion in his guitar, like parents were like, "Oh my god, this is bad.
Get the fuck out of here." This is Satan.
They're like, "You're peaking your amp, dude. This is blasphemy, dude."
Like for me,
you're overgaining your amp.
They already got the lingo.
it's like with the Who, Boris the Spider, that vocal, no one did that back then. There's like early Pink Floyd where like Roger Waters did some screams. There's like some weird live Pink Floyd stuff where he does like a screech, and I was like, holy fuck, like what year is this, you know? So
well, I think like the mid 60s was the real change in culture from like, you know, like the like safe rock and roll, like everyone wearing the same outfit kind of thing, into like the Beatles really was kind of like, that's like the main, like, you know, the focus. Of course, the Rolling Stones and all these other groups in that time, but that led to the late 60s, like Jimi Hendrix and all that. And it was always going back and forth, like across the pond, you know? So it was like America, Britain, and then of course Europe and all, and Germany, all the different, like all kinds of rock and roll getting passed around. And then like by the late 60s, it was just like explosion of that whole cultural, and then of course with Vietnam, the psychedelic, like all that stuff, and it just took off.
Timothy Leary, you know, all that stuff.
Oh yeah, and that was a huge influence on everything. But like that's where it really started. Where, you know, late 60s, where it started getting kind of darker, and you had Sabbath come in, Zeppelin, and bands like that took it to like a darker like level like that. But you know
what's interesting is Jethro Tull, Aqualung. That opening riff, he's using a tritone note that's the exact same note on the guitar as Black Sabbath. That that's the same note as Black Sabbath.
It's funny how it has that bell, like from the bell tolls. It's the same freaking bell. Like but there's something you got to say that. I mean, I know that you prefer Zeppelin over Sabbath, and it's all good. I'm the other way. I'm like all about Sabbath, but it's all good. The point is, you got it. When you put that song on there, you're just like, dude, that song is like pretty dark. Like,
well, dude, the Wizard, the Sabbath, the Wizard, the guitar tone on that is absurdly heavy. Like I'll throw that on randomly, and I'm like, fuck, that's so heavy. Like it just cuts, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And that's what's so cool about the like going to the origins of everything for me, dude. I like to go back and just like dig to like where did new ideas, to find the new idea. That would be so cool to be like, where was the actual idea that started this all?
Can I ask you guys a question? This is a trivia question. Please. Where was the first
37?
The origin? What's the origin of the term heavy metal? What was the first publication of the word heavy metal? Guess.
Was it
what
Sabbath?
Album?
Was it with Sabbath?
Someone mentioned him earlier, but it was Jimi Hendrix, Axis Bold as Love. Rolling Stone did a review of that album, and his solos, you can hear it, but they described his solos as if it was heavy metal falling from the sky.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh damn, Jesus.
And if you listen to like if 6 was 9, if 6 was 9, there's like a jazz breakdown, and you have these like sweeping leads that just fall out of nothingness, and I'm like, I can kind of hear what they're saying.
Yes, dude. I love that. I love those little tidbits, dude. That may have been the origin, right?
And maybe it's not, but I read that somewhere. I mean, it must be true, right?
Well, Hendrix was playing at what year was he playing?
Oh, the 60s.
He started 67, 68. Yeah, I read a book on Hendrix where Chas Chandler of the Animals, bass player, like House of the Rising Sun Animals, you know that band? The bass player Chas Chandler found Hendrix in Vegas, in San Francisco. He met him and convinced him to come to England. So we probably would have had a different understanding of Hendrix. His music may have been different because when he went to England, it took the Claptons, the Jeff Beck, all those big heavy hitters, and they're like, who the fuck is this guy? And actually the first time when the Beatles heard about it, this is a cool story. McCartney and I think Harrison were going to go check out this guy, Jimi Hendrix.
I remember hearing this story. Yeah,
this is crazy. Sergeant Pepper's hadn't been out for not even 4 days, and they're gonna go see Hendrix play. And the opening song that he played for the crowd, he didn't know the Beatles were there. he played the opening set was Sgt. Pepper's. So with him hearing the song for 4 days, he learned it by ear. And
Whoa.
it was 20 years ago today. Sgt. Pepper told the band to play. He played it and then probably shredded his ass off. Maybe it was on acid, maybe he wasn't. But that was, imagine being one of those Beatles guys, and they're like, oh, this guy's literally just destroying what we just put out
4 days ago.
Yeah, I remember watching
an
interview with McCartney. I randomly saw an interview of him talking about seeing Hendrix for the first time ever, and he was just like going into a club, like, God, check this guy out, and like he was just like, what the fuck? He was like, this is like the best guitar player I've ever seen. I think, I don't know, it's like hearing Spawn of Possession in 2002, going like, what the fuck is? Why am I even? Why would we play guitar? Well, this is dumb.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Jimi Hendrix was like the necrophagist at the time, just like, what
he
the
was.
fuck? Like everyone's like, okay, all right, Jesus.
I know. It was insane. I mean, for watching his reaction to it was pretty. I mean, I think it might have been on the Howard Stern show. He was talking about it, but like he goes into a really like a detailed memory of him like seeing that. What the fuck?
Dude, everyone talks about Hendrix lead playing, but if you actually learn his rhythm stuff and the fact that he can sing over that blows my mind, because there's all these syncopations between melodies or like block shapes and inversions, and then he's like, all right, he's just like singing over it casually, but like the rhythm shit's just fucking hard, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, everyone's been trying to copy it for a day. I mean, John Frusciante and all, dude. Like, it's like a huge list of guitarists that have been trying to do that for days and not even having to sing and create it and do it all that at the same time. It's insane, man.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's like, actually going and paying attention to every single, because everyone always talked about. I'm one of those people that was kind of like, all right, well, this is getting like beating a dead horse. Everyone loves Jimi Hendrix. Like, I'm not gonna start listening to him now. Like, it's like he's obviously number one. Like, I'm gonna find mine, like my number one. It's like I'm not gonna be at the Mount Rushmore or hang out with the Mount Rushmore number.
Dude, if I found Spawn of Possession at the same time as Hendrix, I'd probably listen to Spawn of Possession. Call me crazy.
That's pretty much what happened to me. But I mean, But as I get older, though, I listen to like just the soul and the placement of things, what he's doing, and I'm like paying attention more. I'm not paying attention to like if it's crazy or not. I'm paying attention to like the soul of how I'm feeling about what he's playing. And I actually listened to Hendrix the other day, and I was like completely blown away.
He's great, dude.
I was like,
great.
Hendrix played eights. You know how we play tens or whatever, and acoustics or 12. So he played really light strings. So when you're bending like not a half, but you're bending like a half and a little bit more or whatever, like you can just control it a bit differently. And I mean, on the flip side, Stevie
Ray Vaughan played 11s.
No, Stevie Ray Vaughan played like the opposite. There's a magazine I read, Ted Nugent tried to pick up Stevie Ray's guitar and play it, and he couldn't bend because he had.
That's what I'm saying. He played 12s or 13s, right? And he was playing 12 or 13 gauge strings, and he was playing like a half step down. He's like a half step down.
And like I don't do that, but that heavy. But I do an Alice in Chains cover band, and I play like 11s or whatever, just because it's thicker. And when you bend, you have to like really dig in. And
that's what I love about Stevie Ray Vaughan, is that like you can tell, like with a lot of blues, like when I hear nowadays, I don't really believe them, if that makes any sense. Like with Stevie Ray Vaughan, knowing the string gauge that he plays,
he just like, damn, that guy works for it.
Yeah, and then he's like, you can tell that guy's like actually dealing with pain. That's what I'm saying. He's dealing with pain. That guy's like real blues. That guy's like
how much he was drinking and like throwing his guitar around because he was drunk and a mess. And to rip into those bends the way he did, like you need like fucking bare hands, man, to do that shit.
Well, I mean, talking about Alice in Chains, I mean, shout out to Jerry Cantrell. I mean, dude, and I know he's a big Seahawks fan. I don't know.
Sports.
Oh shit, Casey's he's instigating.
Oh, sorry, Joel, you showed up late. I was gonna trash talk the shit out of your Chiefs, but
which
I'll leave it alone.
Which hat should I? Oh, it's a Warriors one.
I was gonna wear my Buccaneers hat and be like, oh yeah, we beat you, motherfucker.
Buccaneers have the coolest helmets, dude. What up? Don't fuck around, dude. Pirates are the best, dude.
I think, no, dude, fucking the Raiders are the coolest element. Let's be real, and I hate the Raiders. My number one hated team.
That's
but
a pirate flag, so I'll back it.
Sickest looking team, but like, fuck that team. So anyways.
Cowboys are the worst. Shout out to Renee and Conrad. Yo, I love you guys, but your team sucks.
Shout out to DK. That's straight from Sasha.
Yeah.
Fuck the Dallas Cowboys.
My favorite Dallas Cowboys comment was someone was like, "There's a reason why it's like it's 1 star on their helmet. It's a fucking rating."
There you go. Joseph shows up. He's like, "Oh, I was hoping the sports talk would have ended like 5 minutes ago. Fuck, I'll see you guys later."
Look at the professor showing up like a child drinking milk right now. He's drinking a glass of milk right now.
And yes, I was drinking a Juicy Haze IPA before this, and now I've moved on to milk.
He showed up with a warm glass of milk to get himself.
He's throwing you're throwing your cerebral effusion.
Who else is having milk?
You're like, yeah, I drank an IPA.
No one else is having milk.
What up, y'all?
I'm having a band bonding Mario Party decompression time and doing the podcast.
Dude. How was the pasta?
The pasta was dope. Shout out Gad for the pasta.
Shout out Gad, dude. It looked good, brother.
Yeah. And now we're playing Leaf Leap.
Oh, what is that?
You know
38.
Mario Party, dude.
I'm 38, dude.
Oh my god!
I mean,
it's
yeah. I got you on Mario Kart, but I'm lost
That's
after that.
Mario Party.
No, dude, Odyssey is the shit. Why aren't you guys fucking moving around in Odyssey, catching moons and shit, bro?
Literally, I don't know. I skipped over what I'm supposed to do. I should unmute or mute myself.
Yeah, maybe you should just get back to your game, bro.
I keep muting and he keeps unmuting.
I did one of them.
All right, back. All right, so back to the conversation that isn't Mario related.
Sports.
But
dude, let's get back onto Sasha's timeline, dude. We've been in the weeds for so long. It's probably a record.
And he's probably like, I'm okay, so I'm 9.
And, yeah. So you like got your first guitar, and
no, all right. Okay, so when did you get your first guitar? We didn't actually talk about that.
Yet.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I got my
Joel.
first guitar.
Joel, when'd you get your first guitar, dude?
It was a Fender Squire Strat. All right.
Oh my god! When the guest has to go, who me? That's the worst, dude.
My first guitar, I was 11 or 12, and it was a Yamaha F-Spaced knockoff, and yeah, it was pretty much like a Strat, cheap guitar, and the neck was pretty fast for what it was, like a cheap guitar, and you know, that's pretty much what it was, man. Just simple.
What kind of what did you get, like a little practice amp or something to play out of?
Yeah, like a shitty Marshall. And you know, even a lot of the early down picking days of Metallica, I was thinking a while ago, I don't even think I palm muted much. Like I don't even remember if I was putting the bottom of my hand to palm mute. I didn't even know if I knew that, but I was going for it. And
so me being a big down picker when I was younger too, because I know that like when Damien was on stuff, I obviously had to pick his brain on this because I always knew the lore of
down
picking and Gorgasm and stuff, and obviously in like James Hetfield and all that. For me, I just did it naturally, just because I had like a twitch to my hand, but it ended up fucking me later because ended up fucking me later though, because then I was like, oh shit, I have to alternate pick this super fast part, and like it wouldn't be the cleanest, and I'm like, god damn it, I've been relying on this goddamn down picking the whole time when I wanted to like get my like economy of motion down and actually be like not expend all my energy on certain riffs and stuff like that.
To add to what you're saying, even now, like the toll on down picking and all that, I take breaks from guitar. Like I know people are like, oh, I gotta keep my chops up and practice and whatever. It's like I'll take sometimes weeks off.
Yeah, no, totally. No,
and then when you come back, you're like, oh my god, I gotta climb this mountain again. You know, you gotta like start playing. And
oh, it's the worst.
Like if I don't play Gorgasm for a while, and I have to like play a show, I have to play 10 to 14 days of you know, like the first 2 days I can play like a minute of a song or whatever, and then like third day I can like get through a song, but it's not like perfect. The space between isn't there, and then you very, very slowly build it up to those killer songs like Disembodied and Seminal, where it's like to play through that, like I can't sit down playing sometimes because I get so fucking cramped up.
Yeah, that's I mean, fuck, man. I was gonna just in my head, I was thinking to like, is there a time where like you're playing and you're like, dude, I'm getting cramped up, dude. I gotta start doing alternate picking, and just Damien looks over you like, what the fuck, dude? You fucking,
No,
you're not doing alternate.
By the time I'm in the room and playing, you know, I have my stamina and chops up, you know. But even then we're like, and Damien's got the perfectionist ear, like he can hear so well. It's like Lila, like the perfectionist in the band, and like even when we're on, we're just constantly listening. And there's a cool dynamic within the band where, you know how you have a bar, and a lot of great drummers can do this, where when they're recording, they can drag. Like if you're doing a shuffle on drums, you're in the pocket, and then every second bar at the very end, you drag that little bit more to make that first on the third bar to just pop and have that where it's like a feel thing. And with what I'm explaining is that Damien's always like on the back end of the bar and I'm at the front of the bar. So when if Matt's in the middle, I'm always like ahead of Matt, a hair. Damien's always like a hair behind, and we're always like listening to each other, trying to be together. But because you're playing so fast within the confines of the riffs and whatever, it's like that's what gives it like that energy. Like when we play live, people are just like, holy fuck, like the intensity. That's because it's so hard for all of us to be on. And we are, don't get me wrong, but it's like that tension within that simple meter. It's interesting because I didn't realize that until we we're really trying to get on the same page and be sharp. So
yeah,
definitely.
That's fucking cool, man. I love that.
It's hard.
Can I jump in? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we definitely can.
I remember I'm checking, bro. There was like someone, I don't know where I heard this, but they were talking about Guns N' Roses, how Axl, no, not Axl, fuck Axl, Slash, and was it Izzy? Is he the second guitarist? How Izzy would like slide into riffs different from Slash, and that like changed the whole way I listen to like two guitar bands. Is like listening to the difference, and then you can't get that anymore in music. But I don't know. Just and then I felt the same way about that Deprecated re-release with Matt, and then you got Terrence to do the second guitar. You can hear.
I love how you go from Guns N' Roses to Deprecated. Like, wow.
Yeah, I went from shitty to good. Guns N' Roses shitty to like really good.
Well, the good part of Guns N' Roses is the double guitar stuff.
I wonder if Suffo. I wonder if Cerrito and Hobbs had that thing where maybe they're playing a little different on the beat. Maybe not. I don't know.
If Cerrito wore a top hat, kind of, I don't know.
Think about the guys that are down with Cali Death and don't know about Deprecated yet. How exciting is that for them to finally figure that one out? That one little EP, so influential. I believe for sure. Like that was a stepping stone from like Deeds to current Cali Death.
I love any live clips for that guitar player. I don't know his name, but he has like the longest hair ever, and he's just upside down with his hair hanging, and it's just so fucking weird. I don't know. Like he has like a stance. Like, yeah, the way the guitar player he has like baggy jeans or whatever.
He was in
just the way
I forget his name. Is his name? What is his name? Johnny?
Like Derek.
No, Johnny. Well, Derek, yeah, he would do that too. But is it Johnny? I'm fucking up if I'm wrong. But he was in Vehemence after Deprecated.
Yeah.
Really? I didn't know that. That's fucking weird.
Yeah.
Is that who was
Vehemence is that was the same guitar player as Deprecated from that EP. You got AJ on vocals, who ended up doing Disgorge, Defeated Sanity, tons of other shit, and then
it's John, Remen, and Greg.
Loud? John, yeah. So John
was the one in,
yeah. Tori's on drums, right?
And AJ
on vocals, and then Derek on bass, and John ended up moving on to Vehemence, and Vehemence if you listen to the very first Vehemence record, not the one that Metal Blade put out, but there's one before that, you'll hear a lot of stuff that you could even maybe say was discarded, deprecated riffs. There's tons of riffs on that first Vehemence where you're like, oh shit, this was some deprecated stuff for sure. John had deprecated at least that style going in his mind while he was writing these riffs for Vehemence.
I've never heard that band, so I got to check that out because that deprecated shit rules. And
yeah, dude. Well, God Was Created. God Was Created is the album that Metal Blade put out, and it's a great album because I came across them at the Pound, and but there's an album previous to that. I forget what it's called, but if you listen to it, Joseph, I know for a fact you'll dig it.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna dig it. I'm gonna check it out.
Yes. I can't take
where's Cole
anymore.
I don't know.
Joseph.
I love your music, dude.
It's too much.
You can hear the music over the.
Oh yeah, dude, it's super loud. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, boss.
It's all good.
I think it's in like an old arcade pinball like place. But
so, Sash, when did you first start playing with other people?
So I had a few high school bands, and it was just rock shit. I had my own band called Thoughts Diminished, and the only time I played in front of my high school, I played Them Bones, Alice in Chains. We played Dream Theater, Erotomania, the first like 3 minutes of the song, bunch of like other weird shit. But then when I graduated high school, I moved to Vancouver and I joined a band called Grotesquerie and what became Grotescatory. And that was my first metal band, and it was way crazier than anything I was playing. So I went from like me playing death like rhythms to joining this band, having to play like Cannibal Corpse, kind of Origin, Dying Fetus styled music. In the first rendition of this band, we were tuned down to like G, and it was like super low. And this guy Ryan Baden just made me twice the guitar player then. And I'm a firm believer that, you know, you are the musician you are based on playing with some great musicians. So he was the first great musician that made me like transform into something I never thought I would be. But he had the crazy, I've never seen anyone since, where he had this crazy Pat O'Brien, Cannibal Corpse, left hand, like dig, like the minor third, shifty left hand, crazy stuff. And it was pretty much like Cannibal Corpse, Deicide Worship. Our drummer, we were a trio, and our drummer played with his drumsticks upside down. So he was hitting like so fucking hard all the time. He like worshipped Sandoval and Steve Ashheim, and that was my first death metal band. And we were kind of trying to be super technical, over the top, and that was the band where we're like no scissor beats, everything's brutal, and we started going for, you know, the super extreme technical stuff. And after that, you know, we fell out. But I ended up years later joining a band for a short minute called Abuse. And Anthony, I don't know if you recognize that name, but we played Las Vegas Death Fest the set before you guys played.
Is this where?
Yeah, man. This is where we meet.
I've mentioned you guys. I've mentioned that very show with you guys,
dude. I've never had. Go ahead.
Go for it. I want to hear what you say first.
I was just gonna say, you know, I recruited Lord Marco because we had the shows, but we didn't have a drummer. Lord Marco's like, oh, I have an Abuse sticker on my fucking bumper of my car. And we literally drove down to Seattle, never met him before. He was in the middle of moving. So we met him, and within 5 minutes, we were like helping him move, like his personal shit. We get into his new house. The first thing he sets up in his new house is his electronic kit. And then we started learning abuse stuff. But to me, one of the biggest highlights was to play my set, and then I get off stage, and moments later, Mike Gilbert steps on stage right where I just finished my set. And to me,
you are just like me. Like, I always tell dude, Mike, my favorite guitar player, dude.
Like, dude, I literally was like, I could retire from death metal and be content. I'm like, I just played just before Severed Savior. Your set was one of the best sets I've ever seen till this day. So that was a big deal for me. And even to this day, I have a lot of what I consider family through the underground, through Vegas, and going year after year. But people to this day randomly tell me, they're like, that was one of the best sets I've ever seen, was you guys playing. And shout out to Randall of Guttural Secrete. He never met us, and he brought us into his house, and we jammed at his house. And seeing Guttural Secrete jam after us was like life-changing. Shout out to all those guys, Blue, Randall, Fitz, Bruno. I met all those guys, and Fitz to me is one of the best drummers still to this day, a most humble dude. But yeah, that community of musicians, we're all from different parts of the world, but we are all aspiring for the same goal. We want to just play the best we can and meet like-minded people. And Vegas 4, welcomed me into the scene, and seeing Disgorge live was one of the craziest things I've ever seen. I mean, fucking Ricky on drums. I mean, as much as I wanted to watch Diego, I was just watching Ricky the whole time. And my buddy that was down there, not in the band, but he was watching it.
Was that the first day? They were the headliner the first day, right?
Yeah. And my buddies describes it perfectly. He's like, dude, when Ricky was playing, I thought he was going to start levitating in the air. And you watch clips from that exact show and playing some of the fucking parallel songs. It's like, it looks like it's sped up. It's so fucking crazy, but it's not.
I got a question for you, because I feel like you've brought it up like a few times. You've brought it up about the drums. The drums are what will drive you and stuff in a lot of this music. Why didn't you play drums? I might have missed it earlier.
No, you're nailing something important. I wanted to play drums, but my dad's like, I can't turn the volume down on a drum set.
Yeah.
On a guitar, I can. Deep down, I want to play drums, so that's probably why. It's on a subconscious level, I probably got into Brutal Death because of that sophistication. Like, I never knew what I was going for, but I knew that there was something so far advanced in underneath the shitty production or whatever. I knew there was classical music, and being Polish, like from my father's side, my grandfather only listened to classical music.
Yeah.
So I think whether it's genetics or whatever, I was drawn to articulated, sophisticated, advanced types of orchestration.
Oh, look at you, dude! You're not drinking out of a can. You're drinking.
So my new favorite thing, by the way, and this
is that a White Claw?
It's the White Claw Surge and
this is not just one flavor. You put like 3 flavors in. And it tastes fucking amazing. It actually tastes good. If you drink one flavor, yeah, it's a White Claw Suicide. If you have like a White Claw, but like one of those 8%ers, they taste like shit, like by themselves. But then you mix it tastes like a fucking slushy.
You mix it with regular White Claw.
You mix one of those with like a couple of the regular.
It's a Surge Suicide.
Wait, hold on a second. Are they all 8%?
Yeah,
mixed together. Okay.
Oh, okay.
But the flavors suck by themselves, is what I'm saying. The flavors are terrible by themselves.
If you want to get White Girl wasted, man, whatever you got to do.
I will.
White Girl.
I will drink 8%.
Shout out to Randall. He said that in Vegas when I met him. He's like, White Girl wasted. I'm like,
everyone goes like they make fun of White Claws, and then they drink their 4% beers, and I'm drinking 8% White Claws. I'm like, oh, why don't you come hang with me? And they have 2 of them. They're like, dude. And I'm like, dude, I've had 14 of these. You guys are bitches.
I'm all about the 4.7.
I actually started tonight with 2 10% beers.
Yeah.
That's why
Lagunitas has this new thing called
bro.
a tiki.
Jesus Christ, dude, he's blacked out, dude. We gotta end this podcast.
Coca-Cola Zero, motherfuckers, hardcore over here.
I mean, you're okay. So I do want to get into because I mean, one of the reasons why like tonight was a little bit in jeopardy is, I mean, I love hockey. I'm wearing this on purpose. I know that you're a hockey player, and I watch a lot of you're playing fucking hockey, which is like I got to see Ovechkin 2 weeks ago, like play and score like 3 goals on us. Like, or no, 2 goals. He didn't have a hat trick, and like seeing him up close was like seeing like Michael Jordan when I was a kid too. It was like really cool to see like him just like murder us. But so how did you get into hockey and stuff? Because that's like, to me, that's like one of the hardest fucking sports to play.
It was Mighty Ducks. All right, you go.
I started playing hockey when I was 4 years old. I started playing ice hockey.
See, that's how they do it there. When they're like on these other Canadian like countries and stuff like Russia, they play like they start young, dude.
Dude, I'm from the 90s, so Red Wings were my team, and I play like a mix between.
I have my Red Wings.
I'm like Brendan Shanahan and Fedorov. I'm like a power forward. You hate playing against me. I'm going to piss you off, and then I'm going to score and just stare at you. That's how I play hockey.
But also, too, like the amount of cardio that goes into hockey, a lot of people don't understand why there's so many line changes and stuff, because it really, like, about like 3 or 4 minutes of playing it, you're completely gassed, right?
No, dude, for me, like, I'm missing a game tonight, and I'm glad to miss it because this is an honor to do this, but I've been trying to get on this high div team for a few years now, and I'm now on the team, and we have a playoff game tonight, so I'm missing the game. But I'm playing with all these ex-junior players. I played against a guy that was drafted, and there's all these young guys. They're really fast, and I can keep up because I've just played my whole life. And I'm not gonna say I could have been in the NHL, but life happens. My parents got divorced. We couldn't afford hockey anymore. But I grew up playing hockey 5 hours a day. And I mean, my average shift playing hockey is about 30 seconds because the amount of energy to fly down that ice. Yeah. And like there's a couple teams we play against where you're like, oh, you see their best player and you just try to keep up. They're so fast, and I can, but it's like going into a game, I foam roll, I eat a certain time before I play. I warm up a certain way. When you get the puck, like the guy's all over you, you got to shoot it. It's pretty fun for me. But I played up slashing people. Like I played in a time when you would hurt people, and it was fun. And that's what the game is.
That is definitely
different nowadays, fun, dude. But wait, this is super random. But my legs, dude. My legs are huge. I got these fucking.
My legs are fucking huge.
Oh damn! Look at that.
I have like tree trunks for legs, and like I'm at the gym.
You have to,
and, dude. I don't work out my legs because they have to be fresh for hockey. And I'll go to the gym and there's all these people squatting, and I'll walk around and my legs are like bigger than everyone.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like hockey is like it's underrated, the most like cardio sport you could play. Like I didn't know that.
I don't know about that.
Like,
any sport.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Swimming. But
30 seconds and you're done.
No, I think for me, NFL football, for guys to push weights and be that strong, but then sprint. See, like me, all my muscle fibers are explosive. NFL, there's strength and speed together. Most athletes train either speed or strength. You can't do both unless you do a lot of steroids, like most of the NFL players do. It's true. They all do steroids. They just don't do too much to get.
Yeah, they stopped over starts. Yeah. No, I know. I mean, I don't know. I just think hockey is like one of those underrated sports. Everyone's like, oh, it's soccer, which is like needs the most cardio, which maybe is true because they're running back and forth constantly on that huge field.
Dude,
but
the average
saying,
soccer
like,
game, the average
go ahead.
soccer game is like running a marathon. So when some guys dive and you're like, oh, he's faking it. If you're running that much, you could have the smallest little hit and your ankle's fucked. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, but a lot of them
They
are.
do
I saw
dive. They do dive, but
I saw an
Yeah,
Earthquakes game last week. I went to my first MLS game, and there was so much faking. Like, and they would like laugh about it and like get up and like, oh, I didn't get called. All right, and then like high five each other. And like, oh, we tried. It's like,
isn't that funny? Like I faked in soccer when I was in kindergarten. Like I think that everybody's been faking their whole time playing
they just
soccer.
want that
and
card,
it's
dude.
just
They want
move
that.
into professional soccer.
Yeah.
It's too much running in soccer.
No, but
Yeah.
I was going to
I
say
hate running.
when I say there's faking,
Yeah.
no, the athletes that play in soccer, they're constantly running, dude. And that's what I was going to say. Like
Yeah.
soccer and hockey, it's kind of stand up a little bit higher for me when I watch it, because I'm like, this is the most exciting, like nonstop energy sports.
I mean, I
event
always used
that
to
I
joke
watch.
around about like how soccer or hockey is like. Think of Dog the Bounty Hunter. Soccer is like fucking is like it's like soccer. Like hockey is like soccer on fucking ice, bruh. Like it's on fucking
yeah.
But
And that's why I kind of can look at them the
on
same.
meth. It's like ice.
Joel,
It's like yeah.
A big thing is when you have a blade, you take 2 strides and you can just hang on that blade and you're still flying. Where soccer, basketball, football,
But why is 30
step,
seconds then? Why is 30 seconds? Why is that a shift for you then? You're done in 30 seconds.
it's so explosive,
You
and
just gas out.
to change directions takes a lot of energy. That's why guys do big circles. If you're to play like super high level hockey, you don't do circles because then the puck goes past you. You stop and shift.
You go back.
You cross over. You stop and go the other way. All that where it's an advantage to have a blade, whereas a lot of sports with running, you have to work every step. If that makes sense. I don't know.
Yeah. I could just tell it getting going in hockey, like if you're from stop to go, expends way more energy than starting a run, right?
But especially just not just do a 180, but like to stop and go off in all directions, because that's where you got to go. You know, you stop, you go down, and then
I was gonna say the scary thing about hockey is you can just hit an edge. You just hit the ice and your feet just go out. So like I've crashed into the boards like top speed, been knocked out, taken off on a stretcher. I've had those injuries. I've separated both.
teeth?
My teeth's fine. I wear a full mask, but I've separated both shoulders. I separated both shoulders in the past 2 years from hockey, just hitting the ice a certain way.
I bet, dude.
Damn, crazy.
For me, that's what I love about hockey. It's like, I mean, it's such a like when you see these famous like the sports stars are like getting the hundreds of $1 million in contract or like faking fouls and stuff. And hockey's like, let's just fucking brawl, dude.
And they're like, and then after a game, they're smiling with teeth missing, and they're like, "What's up, guys?"
And they don't want like they don't want that splash, that like media splash that a lot of the other sports have, where they're not like trying to talk shit. So there's like an underlying handshake deal. Like, this is a gentleman's thing. We're not trying to talk a bunch of shit. We're just trying to like, if we have a problem on the ice, we take care of it. We're not going to go in the media and be like on Twitter, be like, "Fuck this motherfucker." You know what I mean? It's like they just handle it on the ice, and that's what.
Joel, for you asking how can you play hockey, that's like guitar players going like, how can extreme drummers do all the like Matt Kilner? I call him Marathon Man because he's literally just like he's just like he's I always joke about him like he should have like a fucking headband on and like jogging shorts on, because he like the cardio for him to play Gorgasm or Petridity and all that blows me away. Just like you are like, how can hockey players be conditioned? It's adaptation, it's technique, you know.
Or how can I drink all the Canadians,
dude?
With your white
suicide, dude, that's 8%. No.
Gorgasm's the ice hockey of death metal, bro.
That's ice hockey.
all that like
It kind of is,
when I'm going full out, like speed playing hockey, I'm like, okay, don't crash into the boards, let up, like
like the skating. It's like the skating to running. Like skating is down picking and running is like alternate picking.
Dude, you totally make so much sense right now because I've seen Gorgasm plenty of times, and a Gorgasm set literally is like watching a hockey game.
Yeah,
just the time between songs is the breaks, and the breakdowns are where everybody kind of catches their breath, but there's nonstop action the whole motherfucking time, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
I got something super embarrassing to bring up real quick.
Oh, what happened?
Go ahead.
I mean, I don't know. I'm sure it's embarrassing in Sasha's eyes. I can
Sasha,
but
Sasha. That's what Asian dude. That's how Asian chicks call me, Sasha. Go ahead.
Sasha.
So, anyways, I used to play some savage roller hockey like for days.
Damn.
Like when I was. I know. Hey man, it's okay. I'm comfortable with.
We don't have ice rinks in every fucking
Cali
corner like you guys do.
Cali trying to be like you guys. Like I said, Mighty Ducks, dude.
Wait, before Casey goes, wait, you're a dude from Cali that rollerblades? No way. Carry on.
I know, right? Yeah. Well, dude, it's been a minute since I've rollerbladed, but yeah.
We have sunshine in California. It's weird, dude.
Yeah. No, but like roller hockey in the mid 90s, early mid 90s was I mean, okay, it's roller hockey. It's
hardcore,
not real hockey,
brother.
right? But no, I know, it's savage.
Catch a wave, brother.
But even that, man, it was super fun. It was super fun.
You know,
into it. I was like,
rollerblades are more dangerous.
No
rollerblades are more dangerous than ice skates because when you're gonna when you're gonna fall with rollerblades, you can't predict it. Your feet just go out because rollerblades don't have the catch of a skate, and you can't stop rollerblading. Dude, on ice, I can go full tilt and then stop at the boards where like rollerblades,
you can't go into the boards. You just do a power slide, dude.
Yeah, good luck with that. Fucking
no, I can do it. No breaks,
broken leg.
Nah, dude. No, I was like a super into it, dude. I was like super.
I wish we had footage of Casey.
Then I got like
super hardcore time, like at a skate park where
you can still be. It's okay. You can tell us. You can still be hardcore into rollerblading. We won't make fun of you. I swear.
Dude, no.
I actually want a pair of rollerblades right now.
No.
Actually, now, I mean, in Santa Cruz, rollerblades were like.
Did they make roller sandals?
No, rollerblades in Santa Cruz. Like we were super they were super judgmental on people, like because it was all skateboarding here. Like it's like the skateboarding and surfing capital of the world or whatever, or wanna be. Surfing capital, but like anyone that would have rollerblades around here, like skaters would find them and just beat them up for rollerblading. Like, it was like hectic here. It was like so dumb.
There's like documentaries about it, dude. It was
that's
like,
sure.
But that had nothing to do with hockey.
So
but then hockey got pulled under, like roller hockey got pulled into that whole thing. It wasn't even about that. In fact, the first rollerblade was for hockey. The first.
Hey Joel, So in Cali, you're beating up all the rollerblade dudes.
Joel did,
We're just beating your football team.
That's so insensitive to gay people. Jesus
Christ.
Okay.
This is a hockey player we have right now, so we gotta be careful. He's got and he didn't say A at the end, which is I guess a good thing.
I said sorry though. I'll say sorry a bunch of times.
Sorry.
He said sorry because he's a Canadian. Sorry.
No, it's all good. It's just
I don't want to
hockey
stop. I don't want to stop talking about this, but we should probably get to orgasm pretty soon here. We spent 2 hours talking about rollerblades.
No, but
we did it.
No, this is how it ended.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
That's how the episodes go now, dude. And that's what I love. It's like if we're gonna hang out, of course I'm not gonna like just make you sit here and tell us about yourself the whole time if the conversation goes.
Okay. You ever tried to play
legs and all the things? We're tired.
You ever tried to play hockey with on your feet? It's like the most exercise you'll ever get in your whole life.
I'll play
street hockey.
Yeah, no,
dude,
but
I'll play on
the
feet.
shoes. Like, dude.
Dude,
No, by the way,
I'll
and
run
one thing
all day.
real quick, Sasha. One thing that me and Sasha have a relationship with, me and him talk shit about sports in the background through DMs for like what, a year and a half now. Like he'll just be like, I'll post a Chiefs thing, he'll just like, fuck that, and we go back and forth constantly. So I'm not just like trying to razz him at random. Like me and him have had this relationship for like a year where I'm just like, fuck you, dude. Tom Brady's an idiot. Fuck you. You know what I mean? And so like anything I'm trying to poke at anything I can.
I miss that.
as a
I kind
joke.
of do miss that camaraderie. I
Yeah,
don't
it's
have
rad.
anything
No,
to
'cause
have that
the thing is, he's
camaraderie.
one of the only people that will respond to the stupid sports things I post, and then I'll be like, fuck yeah, someone wants to
Sports.
talk about it. Let's talk about it. Sports. So
Yeah.
like, anyways, I'm not just like
Sports.
randomly trying to talk shit. Like me and Sasha have a long history in the background of being like, of me like making fun of his teams and him making fun of mine.
Yeah, I love that. I really do. I wish I had that right now, but I just don't have anything that's competitive that I'm down with right now.
I'm gonna do a. Oh, go ahead.
Go for it. No, I
I
don't
was
really
gonna,
have anything.
I was
I
gonna
was gonna
say
go
I'll do a really quick vacuous thing and show how abuse went to vacuous and then gorgasm, because there's
do all
a
that. Nice.
trail there.
Yes.
So with abuse, I was starting to finance their new album because I wanted to help, and that was going well. But then I realized that the other guys weren't really financing, so I already had paid Marco for the abuse stuff, but I was like kind of pulling out of abuse. So I said to Marco, I'll write some other songs, because he didn't have cash. He's paying for a family. So I was like, let me just do a couple songs and you can just use that money and record drums. So that's when I started Vacuous. Was I had these riffs and ideas for Marco, and then Marco flaked out. And then I was like, oh shit, I have all this music. And then I started finding session guys, and I started writing songs for some of my favorite drummers. Like I wrote a song for Fitz for Guttural Secrete, but he didn't want to do it. And then I was talking to Lilla. So I met Lilla. I met Defeat, Sanity, and Gorgasm. Okay, Abuse was supposed to play NRW in like 2011, but we didn't have a drummer. But we just went to the show just cause we were diehard fans. And they're like, holy fuck, you flew from Canada to see us. So that's when I met Gorgasm and Defeat Sanity. And the first night I met Lilla, it was like 2 a.m. and we were arguing about Metallica. And this is an interesting thing, because I thought Cliff Burton's influence with classical, I thought he was the one that wrote a lot of the classical stuff to Metallica. And Lilla's like, no, man, that was all James. So Lilla didn't know me, but we had like an intense debate. I'm drunk and just saying all this shit, and Lilla's sober. And I was like, no, like the intro to Fight Fire with Fire, I'm like, Cliff must have written that, like the classical shit. He's like, no, man, that's all James. And we're like going back and forth. So we started our friendship with that. So when I was looking for drummers, I didn't reach out to Lilla to be like, hey, you want to do this? I was just talking about what I was doing with Vacuous, and I couldn't find a drummer. And he listened to it, and he's like, I like this material. I'd love to do it. And I'm like, no shit. So that's how I got Lilla to do 3 songs for Vacuous. I got Kevin Talley to do 3 songs, and then I got Sam Santiago, former Gorod, to do 1 song. And I didn't want to have 3 drummers on the album, but you know, when you do your early material, you make mistakes or you try shit out, and you know the album's a bit all over the place, but you know that allowed me to, you know, at least achieve something or get my first material out. And through I did a tour with Vacuous on my own, and then a year went by and I disbanded my members, but I was like, I didn't want another tour season to go by without networking. And I knew Matt Kilner. We met through Vegas, and he liked Vacuous. And I'm like, cool. And I'm all about just trying to play with the best musicians you can find. So Matt joined Incinerate, and I knew Jesse Watson, and he approached me, and I was like, yeah, I'd love to play live. And they wanted me to become part of the band. And, you know, I feel bad that it didn't work out, but, you know, deep down, I wanted to do something with Vacuous, or I wanted to do my own thing, but I didn't want to not play live shows because I want to keep networking. So through playing with Incinerate, I played Chicago Domination Fest, and Anthony of Gorgasm was right in front of me, all messed up, high and drunk, and he was like into it. And him seeing me play Incinerate helped him vouch for me. So this is the Gorgasm thing. So when they lost Ryan and they were looking for a guitar player, and they just presented or they put an ad like, we're looking for a guitar player, a bunch of people in the scene just posted my name because they knew how much of a diehard Gasm fan I was. They knew the down picking. And within a year, I did a cover of Bleeding Profusely. And when I put it out at the time, I think Lesky shared it. He's like, fuck yeah. And, you know, it wasn't exactly what the song was, but they saw that I could riff it pretty close. And yeah, so when they did the ad of looking for a guitar player, I have to give a thanks to like Joe Gordon of Moral Decay. I'm missing a whole lot of other people, but all these people liked my name. So out of their post, my name had like 12 likes of people endorsing me, which means the world. So, you know, I'm forever humbled, and I owe it all to the people that, you know, vouched for me. So Damien reached out to me. I remember this like yesterday. I was in my apartment here that you see, and he called me, and I picked it up, and I was like, hey, how's it going? And I knew the direction it was going. And within a few seconds, he's like, yeah, we talked amongst the band, and we'd like to consider you, consider you for the part. And like within a few seconds, I just started pacing back and forth because I'm like, no way. I just couldn't believe it. And they factored in the fact that I'm in Canada, and, you know, Gorgasm's as organic as it gets. They have written everything old school in a room across from the band members, hashing it out. But in spite of me being spread out, they're willing to give me a chance because they believed that I could be a good fit. And Damien's like, he knew me. We had a rapport. We met in Germany. We stayed in touch since. And he's like, you get the first crack. And I was like, okay. So they sent tabs, and I think, I don't know, within like, I want to say 2 months. It might have been a bit longer though. I learned 17 songs, and then I flew out to Chicago, and Damien picked me up, and we went to Kyle's house. And I remember being in Kyle's jam space, and I know everybody, you know, through the scene. And I traveled to other Gorgasm shows because I was a diehard fan. So I'd hung out with the guys a bunch, and they knew kind of a sensibility of who I was as a person. So it wasn't anything like uncomfortable. We were just hanging out. And I remember dialing in the amps, and I looked across, and I'm like, that's fucking Damien right there, man. And he's fucking, and I'm like starting to realize, like, dude, I'm across from like my favorite guitar player. And we went through 17 songs. We didn't stop once. Obviously, a lot of the nuances and stuff I didn't have at the time, but we went through every song. And then we just kind of stopped, and Tony just kind of looked at everyone. He's like, I don't know, man. I think he's got it. You know, what do you guys think? And they just kind of nodded, and they're like, you got the job. And I was like, fucking couldn't believe it. So I owe a lot of gratitude to Jesse Watson for me playing Incinerate, all the people in the underground that vouched for me and gave me, you know, the confidence to believe that I could make it happen. And I guess the rest is all history. So that's
no doubt, dude.
And quick segue from Abuse to Vacuous to Incinerate and then Gorgasm. And, you know, if anything for this podcast, the one thing I wanted to do was simply show people that, you know, if it happened to me, it can happen to anyone. You never know. And just make the most of any opportunity you can get. And it's like Anthony joining Severed Savior, you know.
Exactly.
I'm sure it felt very similar. And, you know, I owe a lot to Kyle, Anthony, everybody along the way. And, I still feel bad. I never played a show with Kyle, and, things happen for a reason, I guess. But, yeah, I'll forever be humbled to all the people along the way that, gave me little hints along the way. So, yeah.
What year did you join Gorgasm?
That was about 5 years ago. So whatever that was, I think 2018. It was February 12th. I flew out to Chicago and got the gig. So,
and then outside of everything, how'd you get that Paemia poster right above your head, dude?
I think that's Brutal Mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I got. You want it? I'll just send it to you. You can have it,
dude. I've been rocking that album recently because I love that album. One,
what Arsebreed? People don't talk about Arsebreed anymore,
dude.
Right? Isn't that...
Dude, I got Arsebreed right over there, man. Munching on the Rod.
Oh,
that's one of my favorite albums.
Yeah, that was like
love that album.
You always talk about like the underdogs, people that like bring up like certain drummers and stuff like that. That was one album where I was like, this is like a technical death masterpiece at the time when it came out. I was like, what the fuck? And it just went away.
Joel, like... Vacuous played Vegas, and we covered the first song of Cerebral Serial. We covered it, and I messaged Robbie.
Gorging on Mucus and Bile.
Oh yeah, dude, I love that song.
Dude, Robbie of Disavowed was on a plane because Disavowed played that year, and I messaged him. He didn't know me, but I'm like, hey, bro, I'm playing this song. You do backups on that song. If you get here in time, do you want to jump on stage? He's like, oh, man, yeah, for sure. And he's like, I don't think I'll get here in time. And I'm like, oh, man, like, I would have been so sick.
Yeah.
Good. Like that. That's like, there's like those like gems out there for me. And Arsebreed's one that no one ever talks about. I mean, Caphrenum is definitely one, but people, it's got Matt from Trivium. So it's gotten a little bit more, and it's got what's his name, Dan Mongrain on it, and
dude, that album's crazy.
And Crotchester,
that was our own little secret at the time.
Yeah, at the time back in like 2007, 8 or something like that. That we were just like obsessed with these like random willow tip side projects we would see.
Yeah,
dude, that guitar. Go ahead.
I was going to say about Paemia real quick, and this isn't a dig, but I'm just saying when you listen to those bands from that early Unique Leader era, no matter what originality all those bands were trying to contribute to the scene at the time, there's always a little bit of Deeds of Flesh.
Yeah.
Like there really is, like the Deeds of Flesh, like
it wasn't
allspice. It's like a Deeds of Flesh allspice that you add to your dinner.
That's what I love about Unique Leaders. Like there was like the bands, there was Deeds of Flesh, there was bands that kind of like had the Deeds style, and then there was like fucking Spawn, Severed, Decrepit at the time.
But like, even in those bands, you'll find like, Deeds.
You'll find it, but like not as prevalent. It's not like the whole mainstay of their sound. It's kind of like they have
just sprinkled in there that spice.
Yeah.
The elements of the old school tech death that's completely missing nowadays is, to me, when those bands are being technical, it was a vocabulary for being brutal. The bottom line was being brutal. So when Brutality is Law and first Spawn of Possession, they weren't being technical to be technical. They were being technical to being brutal. And I think modern
genre. It wasn't a genre.
Exactly, but it was extension of the brutality through technical passages. And I think modern tech death bands are doing it backwards. They're trying to be technical and they're missing the brutal aspect.
Oh shit!
Does that make sense?
Shots fired.
No, for sure.
But I think that comes down. I think that comes down to a lot of the drumming. Is a lot of modern tech death bands, they don't have the brutal intense of the percussion. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I know she said, but in the middle of your statement, I saw Troy was in here, so I was all psyched. And then you guys were like, "Whoa, shit!" So what was the splash? You said you made a splash.
Oh, Troy made a splash. Was just saying, like, mentioning Crotch Duster because you mentioned Caphrenum.
Crotch Duster is great.
Oh yeah. No, that was huge.
Oh,
but like, what
dude,
what was your main point of the like? So you're saying it's getting brutaler to be brutaler, but it wasn't like the technical part wasn't really like it wasn't an intention with a lot of these bands, but it was through the eyes of brutality, right?
it was they were being technical for the means of achieving brutality,
Yeah,
whether it's
I agree with that.
through you know, the notation, but I think the drum aspect was able to hold it down in a percussive way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. No, 100%.
I think Necrophagist just came in confused everybody. Like
Yeah.
it was like within Time Begins, for example, like, you know, back then it was like when that came out, it was just like,
all right, let's go around the horn again. Let's tell everybody when you got first heard Necrophagist. Onset for me, obviously.
When did I
yeah,
first
you
hear
go,
it? Or
you go, Sash, first, because
so
everybody probably heard
it. I heard Necrophagist right when I heard Death. And the funny thing is, when I heard Necrophagist, is it didn't sound like he played it. It just, to me, it just sounded like it was made on a computer.
It did.
And as much as I love it, as much as I loved it, I'm like, this isn't real, even though it was. And it might be a production thing. Like when I heard it, I was like, oh, this is great.
It was very perfect.
Yeah, it was too perfect. And I mean, that's like John Petrucci of Dream Theater. He's so perfect that it doesn't even sound like it. It's almost
I don't feel the soul from him because it's not. I mean? Yeah. That's what I don't feel the soul.
And to me, Onset all day. I've listened to that probably 5 to 10 times more than Epitaph. Really? I don't know why. I think
there's more soul on Epitaph. What do you guys think?
Epitaph's what got me, like with because the drums and the way it was like sounded and everything. It was like, oh, it's a real drummer, and like the whole like mix of all that. But like I feel like there's parts on what's Onset. The first one to get Onset. That like there's parts on Onset or solos on Onset that are like, okay, that's like the best or perfect or something. But I feel like overall, like Epitaph was like what pulled me in, like, oh shit, okay.
Well, I mean, for me it was the main thing is that it's kind of like an old man syndrome that I have with
I didn't like the drum
band. It's an old man syndrome where I'm like, the first album's the best because I heard it first, and I heard it in 2000 or 2001 or something, and it's like one of those like
it came out,
and I like have like claws in the ground, like, no, this was the sickest, but at the same time, like Epitaph is definitely it's the better album. I think it's the better album, but like Onset is like, I like listening to it more.
Like, there's nostalgic aspects to Onset, but the anticipation waiting for that album to come out, and then it finally did, and then everything it became and was.
So I had a blank CD that was burnt of homage of both albums. And I think I gravitated to Onset more because I like the ideas more. I think that's simply what it is. I just like the riffs more, I think.
But I think,
go ahead.
But I think the important point that he's talking about, the reason I brought up In Time Begins and stuff is, you know, and obviously talking to Matt after because I heard it before I met him, and then of course, you know, obviously we were jamming it. But like it was like before Necrophagist, kind of like there was like these bands would do this, like even Deeds of Flesh, all these bands, they never had solos or anything. Like all the Cali, like, you know, like Disgorged Deeds, Decrepit Birth, like all that or whatever. Even, I mean, Severed did always, but Severed was kind of like on its own shred level because of Mike Gilbert and of course later dudes and everyone. But yeah, like the earliest shit, like Within Time Begins, it shredded in a way that was like without the solos, without the need for that, or the like the thought of that in a way. And I feel like when Necrophagist came in, it was just like everyone was like, oh shit, now we have to do this now, or we want to do this, or it like changed everything, you know. And it's like it, you know. And I remember Matt showing us like early Onset stuff, and he told us about Necrophagist when we recorded, you know, the first whatever 2004, and he was just like telling us about it, and we heard it, we were just like, okay, interesting. Well, I don't know what that is. Like it wasn't
like when you first heard it, you're like, what was that?
It didn't rock our socks off yet, and like eventually it did. But yeah, I don't know, there's like something about like, as far as like, you know, getting away from the brutality and then the shredding or whatever you were talking about before, like the brutal heavy part of the music being like the focus.
Yeah,
like I think that's where the shift happened, at least in
like,
my experience. Like
for me, like to breathe in a casket and also fermented, the riffs just attack differently than like Epitaph is like dude,
Advanced Corpse Tumor is like my Advanced Corpse Tumor is my number one Necrophagist song. Like
but
that song is like yeah, sorry, cut you off.
No, you're making a good point too, but I'm just saying Sasha made a really good point there. Like it was still the brutal like, you know, with the I know what you mean, dude. Yeah. It was more brutal
and
focused.
like Epitaph is more sophisticated, you could say.
Right.
It's like they refined and presented things different than Onset.
Yeah.
But this conversation has definitely made me realize that the solos on Onset are more memorable.
Yeah.
They do connect with me more. But I don't know. I mean,
they're both so good.
They're both so good. They're both like the same album, one's recorded better.
Dude, I have an interesting question for you. Is you had Moisner on, and I don't know if he touched on it because I unfortunately didn't get fully through that podcast. But did Moisner show Muhammad a lot of the tapping technique, and then Muhammad ran with it? Because I was
trying to ask us to like reference one of these episodes that we've done?
That was
might know the answer to that.
That was a big podcast for me. No, he didn't. That wasn't really. No, he didn't touch on that much. I wanted to know what he did and like how the recording process went for Epitaph. The one thing I do remember is like, because it's like an album that like sound like you said, it's like sounds like robots made it, and like it's so fucking amazing and sounds like not human. That he was like, oh, we made it in the basement of and like some kid changed over our settings and we had to find out how to change it back, and it was like such a disaster of a fucking recording, like if you heard the story behind it. But hearing the actual album, he said that basically like, you know, what's the last song on that album, the I forget what it's called. I don't know
which one.
Epitaph. Yeah, Symbiotic Theory. That was the one that he like wrote half of it, and so that's the main one I got him to talk about. But he just didn't really go into technique as much as
no worries.
But he definitely talked about like his writing and how he threw solos in, and how Muhammad received them, and how he like would, you know, like switch off and stuff. And sometimes Muhammad would do something that Christian wrote, and sometimes Christian would do something that Muhammad would write and stuff. But yeah, I have to piss.
I love how the professor can be playing video games and still correct us on information, like, or at least be there for us.
He's on autopilot. He's done this so many times. He just knows when he hears like your voice go a certain way. He's like, oh, he probably needs me, and he's just like,
such a clutch time for him to come in.
I feel like I've had this conversation so many times, like which Necrophagist album. So
yeah, it's a great one though, isn't it? Fun. I mean, obviously, it's just a fun thing for us to talk about.
Necrophagist created like 10,000 guitar players, like Eddie Van Halen created 10,000 guitar players in the 80s.
It is very true. Dude.
Exactly the same. In that kind of mentality.
Yes, that is why we are. Even if people look at it as some kind of gimmick, because I know that there are certain people who look at Necrophagist as a gimmick or whatever. I don't look at it as that, but
no.
Regardless, it planted seeds for such a giant.
The only lame thing they ever did was cover Crystal Mountain. That's just.
And actually, I saw that live, and it was fucking rad. So I even back Crystal Mountain. You know, I saw it at MDF. No, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. That is a cheese aspect to a Necrophagist set. You know what I'm saying? But you're still like, oh shit, dude, it's Muhammad dying fucking death.
I don't want to interrupt, but I got a random detour for Casey because I'll forget the connection to you before all this, because I'll forget. My old band Grotesquerie or Grotescatory, does that name sound familiar to you?
Yes. Sorry, I'm like doing what?
No,
sorry.
my former guitar player was like a maniacal ego, like Yngwie ego guy, and he used to go on MySpace and shit talk bands, and he shit talked you during MySpace days, whether you're in Decrepit Earth or something. I don't know if you remember,
bro.
Where like my buddy, I was like, what are you doing? He's like, oh yeah, I'm just fucking telling him that this band sucks. And do you remember anything like that?
I mean, which one, dude?
Back in the day, there was so many, before they were called trolls.
Back in the early internet days, everyone was just like that. Like everybody wanted to pick a fight with you. I had so many people constantly trying to start shit with me that I honestly can't remember.
I wanted to apologize to you because I had nothing to do with it, but my buddy was just going mad, and I'm just like, what did he do to you? So sorry that you had an Canada story, but he was just fucking ragging on you, and I was like, man, what did he do to you? Like fucking.
Oh, there was so many back in the day. Yeah, I mean, dude, we would go on tour like with it was like. I mean, basically, like back in the day when I was touring, like our phones wouldn't even like work. Like there was no smartphones. There was nothing, So I'd be like, we couldn't like even figure out like, it was just like the shittiest stuff. And then people were like talking all kinds of shit. And you're like, someone would come to the show and just show up and you're like they would just to your face, like talk shit about, we don't like the Diminishing. A lot of people would talk when Diminishing came out. We got tons of shit. And it was just like, I don't know, man. I like have no money and I drove like 400 miles to come play the show. And all you're doing is just talking a bunch of shit to me. And like, there was so much shit talking back. Dude, all the SMN forums, everything was just super negative, combative, shitty, brutal shit. So that was a long time ago. And I just laugh at it now because that was like,
what's crazy is I work in the movie industry. I've done that for like 18 years.
Yeah.
And out of all the big shows and big egos I've seen, there's bigger egos in like underground death metal than like full-fledged feature movies.
No shit.
And I'm not gonna say not gonna say names, but like I've seen people, not a lot. Everyone's really, doing it like us. We're trying to be humble and nice, but I've seen little snippets along the way of people in the underground and like modern tech death bands of like people just talking shit. And I'm just like, wow, you're so insecure. And it's like, we're playing music for ourselves, aren't we? I thought we're supposed to be like music. You're supposed to enjoy music. That's if you're not enjoying.
No, that's also for the money, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We never had the same.
I just wanted to make a point that like, I don't know why there's some crazy, I'm sure you get it in like pop music to, like all types of industry, you get big egos, but I've never understood why.
Here's an interesting thought.
I think people have a misconception of like, they think like, oh, these metal bands are known. So they're like, dude, we eat shit. Like we have no money. Like we're like nothing. Like, like if you might know my album, but we live like on tour and we make nothing. Like at least back in the day. Like,
and the last thing I'll say about this is like,
I like ruined my career like many times by trying to tour, like fucked up my life. Like Derek Roddy, you can tuck your ear off.
I've seen it shit, in the past couple of years. You'll see people are like, their band will blow up and you'll see them change. And like, dude, you're just selling 50 more shirts than the next band. Like, good for you. You're succeeding at making a living playing death metal, but you're a piece of shit person. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you succeed or not. How you treat people is everything. And I've never.
I think a lot of it gets jaded though. It gets jaded with like a band thinking that like in the beginning that's starting off more like pure and organic, and they're excited and all these things, and all of a sudden they have this carrot in front of them to be like, okay, well, if we keep doing this, we got to make another album, and the album's like the next one's like not as you feel like the honesty is kind of like losing like every album because they're just kind of trying to shit out album. I mean, look, not to shit on Metallica, it's super easy to do, but like the newer Metallica stuff, it's like it feels like they're just making albums just because they're like, I want to like kind of put out an album. It's like, but they don't have that same drive as a as a person that was excited about it to like put out an amazing song or try to like one up another band. Now it's just like what we want to do. I want to play like punk riffs and like and do like a basic thrash thing. And it's like, dude, you guys wrote some of the most intricate songs. The first band to write like these like epic ballads, not even ballads, but just like amazingly like written songs. And now it's like after like album number like 11, you're just like, all right, well, we gotta put on, it's like album season. We gotta like sit down and get together and put out an album. It's not it's not like we want to do it. We really want. It's like we got to put out an album. Like it's like money now. And then you see the loss, and that's why a lot of people like the early stuff of a lot of bands first, because it's in the beginning they're like they have this fucking drive. They're like, we need to make it. And then once they see what's going on, and they're like, I guess we got to make another album to like pay our rent or something. It's like it kind of like slowly loses the luster.
The reason I brought up the ego stuff is I simply wanted to resolve the dialogue by saying the best things I've ever seen was when I met Lesky, and he was like, he was more happy for me to fly to Germany than for me to see him play. He's like, and then Diego, when I met him in Vegas, those two guys, they're like, hey man, and they treat you like a friend that you've known, and you're a new person, and they're like, hey, pleasure to meet you, very sincerely. Then they go on stage and put on the best show you've ever seen, and then they walk off the stage like, oh, like it was nothing. And that keeps me in check to being like, hey, I'm in Gorgasm, but that doesn't change anything. You have to treat people well, I've always thought. And through those influences of people, you realize like, oh, that's how you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to be a human being, have integrity.
Totally.
Be nice.
There's a
to
level.
people,
There's a level though, like when I see like celebrities or something, like people go like, I want to be like have a like they want to be famous. Like you can't even walk down the street with being like, you can't do anything without being like tackled or something. I could see being shitty or cocky and like a realm where you can't go outside without being like completely ravaged by 50 people. Like and like I don't know, that to me, like I think that's the fame part. People go like, whatever, dude. I want to be famous. I'm trying to be famous. It's like, dude, you don't want to be famous. I don't think it's worth the money.
But real quick, I want to just say my thoughts on this. Where I'm at, where okay, I've done these things with this band, and at this level of notoriety, blah 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 blah. All I want to use that for is just to meet new people, dude. Like literally, this show, I've made so many new cool friends that I keep in touch with. That totally. and I just want to keep making connections with people. You know what I'm saying? That's literally looking back on everything that I've done. All the connections that I've made, all the ones that I cherish. I'm like, holy shit, these are the gems that I really should cherish from everything that I've done.
I think you guys are creating a culture, whether you realize it or not, where you're giving back to the people, but you're trying to bring people together and try to be positive and realize like, hey, you can let your guard down.
Yeah.
You don't have to listen to brutal death metal, to show that you're macho. It's like, let's all get along here and support each other.
Totally.
And I think I commend you guys for putting in the work and try to lead an example for younger musicians and like-minded people to realize, hey, I am insecure, and that's what made me really talented at this music. It's a crutch. It's empowered me, but the pseudo subset of the personality that makes people arrogant is seated in insecurities. So people need to they need to detach and realize that it's there. You can be arrogant, sure, but that is going to hurt you more than help you long term.
Totally, dude. And it's the environment of being like at a live show and just realize that moment where you realize going to these shows and you're a misfit, but then you're in a crowd of misfits, and you're on Misfit Island, the famous fucking Christmas story thing or whatever. You're a misfit, dude, and we're all misfits, but we meet on this level, and these little like these shows are little sanctuaries for us to realize, oh, dude, you're not alone, even though you're a misfit. You're just a fucking. We're all misfits, and everybody's like, "Oh, dude, what up?"
It's like sports, but at a much smaller level. Like nobody knows, you know. So like, I could tell like my girlfriend or like any of my family or my cousins or anyone that's like, "Oh, you play music or you tour? You know what? What do you do? Like, what's it called? Like, you know this." And it's almost like I'm embarrassed to tell them even the name of what it's called.
They expect the basic things they know. Like, you know. Yeah, they're like, I need it to be rock and roll. I need it to be like a jazz band, or you know what I mean?
Like, dude, like it's like, yeah, I played at this place, and you know, oh, I know that. Oh, you played at my city or something. But what was your band called? Or like, what? Do you know, like, they don't get it like,
all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's like. It's like, oh, it's an ego thing between a bunch of sweaty metal dudes. Like, And it's like it's like the whole thing about like, you know, you make metal to impress other guys like exactly like you or whatever, or like your peers or whatever. You know, it's like sports too. It's like, you know, it's like it's cool that you do what you do. Like you got your thing, but like nobody really cares except us.
It's like an underground. It's like an underground like hockey league where it's like, cool, dude, we only like if you like it, you know, you have to play like a solo if you guys get mad at each other. Like people are like,
exactly.
I've never heard of it. I don't know what's going on. Like that's a thing. Like, you know what I mean? Go ahead, Joseph. Sorry.
Dave said today, because they were talking about making money. Dave was like, yeah, he's like, there's money in tech death, and Archspire's making all of it.
Yeah.
They pretty much have it right now. They have
they cracked the code, dude. They figured it out. Dean Lamb has his own guitar strings now. Yeah. I don't have much else to say about it other than that we're not going to make the money back on this record, but it's fun to do it.
Carrie Gear.
So what up, Carrie?
Yeah, I mean that is a. I mean, I think they figured something out that's kind of like it's over the top, and there's just a vibe to it that's like very almost welcoming to people that aren't interested in it. Like it's like and there's like a Tech Nine style of growling and like a there's a bunch of pauses in there. And I feel like what I'm saying for like a person that's not into tech death, that has never heard tech death, they like, you know, their number one band's Whitechapel, and then they hear Archspire. I feel like they've cracked, like what you said, cracked the code to be like make it accessible, where it's like they have these
I'm now at the point where I'm like, if you want to know what I do, I gotta tell you about like 50 other bands, so we just don't need to talk about it, you know. I'm like, have you heard of like Gojira? And then how about Slayer? Like those are my two go-to checks. You got to work backwards to like getting to Blue Oyster Cult or something like that. Where it then we can find a common ground.
Like
until
Elvis,
then, it's like not going to translate.
Right.
It's got to be like a band that you actually truly love, but you're like, yeah, but I'm downgrading from what I'm into right now into like something that I feel like we have something in common. You know.
Like Opeth, Mastodon, maybe.
Dude, I don't even tell people that I play death metal because they don't even they won't understand.
I don't even go down that conversation hole anymore. I just go like, I play a couple bands,
rock and roll.
That's how unfamous you are. They don't even know what genre you play. They don't even understand what genre. Like, you know. So it's like
that's what I love about death metal, though. It's like we all have this like unfamous kind of like grouping of like,
we love
it's like you gotta be. It's like. Almost like it's like a new school Rush group, even though Rush got way bigger. But it's like everyone, you know, Rush was like this band that everyone was like, you know, it's like all dudes and like two chicks, and that was like the band, you know, like that people were into. But it's like once you're in, like you're in, you know. It's like for death metal, it's the same thing. It's like I don't know if I want to like start you down this. You haven't even heard Slipknot or anything yet. Like, you know, I can't even walk you through this right now.
just like Rush, you just have to ignore the vocals for forever to get into the music.
Dude. Giddy perspective.
I love it.
Don't fuck around.
No, it's
same
true.
though. Same. It's very death metal and hearing Rush for the first time, I was like, and then I saw how they fit in the music, and I was like, this is actually perfect. I don't know. In the beginning, I was like, I don't get this
dude,
at all.
Rush is like me to me like Tool. I was huge into it, but I just don't throw it on.
Don't say no. Oh, okay.
I mean, no, these Canadian.
They're
That's like,
gonna take a dig on Maynard too. I was like, you're gonna go for Giddy and Maynard in the same minute.
Giddy Lee.
What I said? Did I say it wrong?
So what was his name?
Giddy Lee. Geddy Lee. Excuse me. Sorry, dude.
Someone's a little
giddy up, son.
Why? We're almost 4 hours in this. It's 3:20 now.
I came in like an hour and a half, 4 hours. But no, I mean, Rush for Canada is like Led Zeppelin, or it's like that's like their biggest. That's I guess your biggest export for like rock and roll, right?
Yeah, it's gotta be.
Yeah, that's just so. I mean, you got bands like Neil Young, Guess Who. Those BTO, those bands sold a lot for internationally, but most Canadian bands will be big in Canada. Like there's a bunch of bands that you'll hear on our stations that were big in Canada, and that's it. There's very few bands like Rush or like Nickelback's one of the few bands that was big outside of Canada. It's rare to
Are they from
be
Canada?
big outside of Canada. Sadly, yeah.
Really? I didn't know that.
One thing that I've probably said many times on the show, dude, and I know I'm bringing up at the end of this, but the Canadian death metal scene has
they're
such an unsung influence on the rest of the world. If we really sit and think about it, we got Gorgat, we got
Beyond Creation. Those are like the two biggest tech death
bands.
Come on, let's Montreal. Before that, dude,
I just mentioned so many fucking like amazing. Like they were like taking everything and holding onto it like a sponge and creating like crazy technical death metal. Like,
you know why modern tech bands aren't as brutal? Like I was saying, is that when we came up, we got into like Cryptopsy to get over the top. So a lot of those bands were blown away by Cryptopsy, where it's like modern bands, maybe they didn't get into Cryptopsy in those years that they were changing the world, of extreme metal.
I really think Decapitated's a big influence on like modern metal now.
Oh hell yeah! Hey, speaking of Canadian bands, have you heard of this is for Sasha, Mother?
Yeah,
that band.
Oh yeah,
that sounds familiar to me too.
Are they big out there?
They're big in
Canada. That's where they're from, right?
Canada.
Yeah. They're like
They're big, but I would say like they aren't as big as they could be because they're only big in Canada. Like they ascended and then they've just kind of not plateaued, but they've just kind of remained at that level. If that makes sense.
Okay, they're like the coolest band I've discovered working as a music teacher in the last like few months. A student brought it in. I was like, this is sick stuff.
Yeah,
what style is it?
Alt rock,
pop,
indie.
But they take a lot of risks in the sense of like they write commercial music, but it's different. And I think what makes them unique kind of holds them back to an international market. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it's like I don't know, just not a huge topic of conversation or anything. Just wanted to reference them.
If they're more brutal, they'd probably be bigger though.
Yeah.
I feel like the brutality of Nickelback, then maybe like we would talk about it more.
Little 3 Days Grace in there.
Hey, you want to talk about Canadian musicians? Old school. If you don't know Oscar Peterson, you should really check him out.
Yeah,
he's
dude.
one of the best pianists, jazz pianists of all time.
I didn't know he was Canadian.
I love jazz piano, dude.
He was performing at age 15, 16, hitting the road.
Oscar Peterson. Okay.
Absolutely. He played with absolutely amazing. He played with Joe Pass in his heyday. He had a trio, and Joe Pass played with him. And he's probably my favorite Canadian musician. If I had to pick one guy,
I'm watching a video of him right now. He's insane.
He's very good.
Okay, all right. 30 seconds in.
He's
insane.
He's self-taught, so
what?
Like many jazz musicians. So
yeah.
Well,
hey,
it's insane, and then he's self-taught. I'm like, okay, I definitely Oscar Peterson. I'm gonna go to sleep. Oscar Peterson.
I literally at the very I clicked a middle of a YouTube video of him, and he was just like shredding, and then he just like ended, and the whole crowd was like, "What?" and just like clapping. And then I was like, "This is sick." I'm like, because he like went on a solo, and it was insane.
Hey, I got
go ahead.
I have a quick question for you guys. Do you listen to jazz a lot, or like for me, I love jazz, but I don't throw it on much.
I like to go to
throw
jazz
it on more
concerts.
often.
I like to go to jazz like when like I saw Stanley Clarke recently, and like I like the it's like an in-person vibe I get from jazz, where it's like you get to see the improv live and get to see like him feeding off him or her feed off the emotions of like what's going on with the crowd, and I'm just like, yeah.
What I'm getting at is I'm not shitting on jazz, but it's some of the best music ever. But sometimes, like within the same song, it's like horrible. You know what I mean? Like it'll be amazing, and then like a bar or two later, they're like amazing. They're like playing
what's an amazing
notes.
part? What's an amazing part to a jazz song that like what's an part into a jazz song that you're like, what the fuck's going on? And then when does it get boring?
It has to be the context of the band. Like I can listen to Chick Corea, and if I listen to an album, I'll appreciate it. But if I'm like if I skip a track, I'm like, like you have to like listen to a full album. Like old stuff like Thelonious Monk is classic. You can throw that stuff on. It's easy. But like a lot of jazz fusion stuff can be amazing, but there's not enough like song to song, like to
fluidity.
And it's not that it has to be predictable or anything like that, but it's just something that I've realized where like I love jazz and I have a shit ton of albums and stuff, but I don't like throw it on as much as other types of music.
I mean, jazz is something that I would throw on even
it's a mood.
I'll tell you when my times to put on jazz is when I want to put on something complex enough to maybe stimulate my children's background listening, whatever they're doing. I'll put on some jazz. I know classical can do that too, but it's something technical that I'm trying to like listen to while I'm in the presence of the rest of the people that don't want to listen to highly technical music, so it would be something that I can tap into
totally
while being in the realm of the rest of my people I'm still spending time with,
Yeah, and I mean like Mahavishnu, like there's bands that you can just throw on and you're like, like they're masters and I dig it. But then there's other bands where there's not enough like substance there sometimes.
There's so much. I mean, that's such a broad. That's comparing like Guns N' Roses to Cannibal Corpse,
or deprecated.
Like I mean, straight up. Like if you think of it in genres, like I mean, like yeah, exactly, yeah, even earlier, yeah. But like for me, it's like genres. Like I kind of like my Apple whatever music shit. I put it into genres because I like to like focus on it that way. But like I have like a jazz blues section. And even certain artists like early, like Herbie Hancock stuff, or like this like straight like Blue Note, like straight jazz, like is all in that section, or like Charlie Parker, and like even like most of John Coltrane, that kind of shit. But then I have like a like a fusion jazz section, which is like all that for Return to Forever, Al Di Meola, all that kind of shit you're talking about, Mahavishnu Orchestra, all that. Then I have a Latin jazz section like Paco de Lucia and all that kind of shit, and all the like, Passion, Grace, and Fire, and all the, all that shit. It's totally different genres. Like it's like comparing thrash to like, Gorgasm.
But
like,
also too, one thing actually
with
Casey,
different.
with you saying that, I'm actually interested because you're such a good guitar player and such a good, I know like compliments, but great guitar player, amazing drummer. Like, when you listen to jazz, like, what are you focusing on?
Well, again, so it's like jazz. So it's like if I'm listening, so like if I'm talking about like straight ahead jazz, like I'm listening to kind of like, it's kind of like based on the player a little bit. Like I'm listening to John Coltrane, then it's like, okay, I'm expecting Elvin Jones on drums, or like certain people that would play with him often, but it could be a lot of different other players. But I'm kind of thinking of, that's why jazz, like, and Vaughn was talking about this too, like it's kind of based on more the name of the player as opposed to like the band or the group. Whereas in fusion, it's more about the band or the group, you know, or like, and then you also eras like of people. It's like Herbie Hancock is like, he's got Blue Note shit, like early, like straight ahead jazz. He's got like 70s funk, he like whatever. I mean, 70s funk, like fusion shit. And then he like invented hip hop, like with Rocket and shit. Like, I mean, for the most part, like turntable stuff, like the music behind, like, you know, really early 70s.
I think where I'm getting at is I usually like outfits that have a blues or funk aspect, like that feel underneath a lot of the jazz. And that's how I view a lot of neoclassical shredders. If you can't bend one note and catch me, you know, a minute will go. Like Yngwie Malmsteen, great, one of the greatest guitar players ever. After a minute, or like Steve Vai, after a minute, it loses.
Sure,
I lose. And I think that's where I'm not trying to generalize jazz at all, even though I did. So apologies for that. But it's simply, you know, like
it's really hard.
Like Tribal Tech, you know, that has a heavy blues undertone. You know, Mahavishnu has like blues. So I think that's where I'm getting at, is it has to have
basically
kind of
fusion. That's fusion, you know.
Yeah.
It's not jazz.
Yeah. So I think I think that's where I'm getting a bit down a tangent that's not fair to the genre as a whole.
Well, it's like saying that you listen to jazz or listen to fusion. There's like two completely different, you know. So like jazz is like straight up like improv, like, and it's like there's a head and there's a form and it's like da 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 da, you know. But like the shit we're talking about, like with any of this stuff, is all fusion. You know?
Yeah, isn't fusion almost seems like, let's take all the great individuals and put them together from different.
Well, like Chick Corea is a big one. Like Algie Mueller, like just left college and, you know, went straight into like, you know, playing with Return to Forever.
Yeah,
so, like that kind of shit. Like the 70s was a huge fusion era.
Billy Cobham, like, John,
because before rock and roll, the big style of music was like big band jazz, you know.
Yeah.
Like, so like, you know, like, I mean, like all the drummers before, you know, like Buddy Rich and Gene Krupa and all those guys like invented like drum sets, like, you know, hardware, and they like designed like, you know, all this, like, you know, all that is super early. It's just eras of time, like the 40s, the 30s, the 40s, and then the 50s there was rock and roll, everything changed. But like it was all, those were the shredders back then, like in terms of what we're talking, you know. The 70s is what you're talking, like when you're talking about all this stuff, like in terms of this is all 70s fusion. This is not jazz. Like it's
when Pot got into jazz.
Exactly.
And Casey,
that was way before.
That was before. I know.
Oh yeah, those guys were doing that shit.
LSD got into jazz.
I think
imagine Charlie Parker and those guys touring during World War II, dude. They're on tour.
And then my grandpa toured in the 50s, like as a pianist. Like my grandpa was touring, and like, what do you like? What kind of horse like pull your piano with like? I'm like bitching in 2007 about like touring so hard, and he's like in the fucking 50s.
And those guys,
and when you have
I know,
when you have all these crazy individual players, the only way they can continue to evolve is by, like, you think of those guys, that ability within a couple early performances, they're like, wow, I've played everything, where do I go from here? So I think that's, you know, what you're describing, where guys are just extending beyond
Miles Davis.
And that's where you get like John McLaughlin doing a 3-minute flute solo on his synth guitar. Like I don't want to hear that.
I love
it's
or
like
you get
weird,
traveling
it's
out
like
to
this
South
flute,
India.
like it's like
I
I don't know, man. That's just weird.
I mean, Trevor just spent fucking $400 on fucking tickets to see Shakti.
Yeah. I mean, everyone's got their own.
Is it sold out?
I don't think it is. There's two. I think you might have added another show, but there's but
okay,
yeah, it's
good.
gonna be an
Because
amazing show.
it's still a possibility, but man, that's
By the
a lot
way,
of money.
he might not be able to make it, so we'll see. I might have an
Natural
extra
Elements is a very important album when it comes to Shock T and John McLaughlin, dude. It's definitely.
I just
that
love John McLaughlin
album.
was that guy. I think John McLaughlin was in my opinion, was the first shredder. Like people say shredder, like pretty loosely. Like for him, in the time that he came out and was doing that shit, like he's pre, like Al Di Meola. He's like one of the old boys on the block, and he's the one that was like trying to be like.
But even Shock T shows you that they shred over there too.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
tabla.
they shred insane.
They shred on violin, dude. There's
exactly.
so much shred going on in Shock T.
If you're into music, that shit's insane.
Dude, watch. It's a different instrument, but Ravi Shankar was shredding before almost anyone, dude.
What
yeah,
and they had like signatures and scales that no one was using.
Oh no, Eastern
music.
That's a whole different
high
thing.
school. One of these lunches. I went to high school with his daughter, Anushka.
Wow.
Yeah, it was insane. Sandy Aaron.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts. Yeah,
Casey
he played one.
Casey's basically like a musical.
He's shredding this pod right now.
No. It's all, dude. I love this stuff. Like,
we love it too, dude. That's why we're chatting right now, dude.
And the whole point of all this is these people are like famous and legends above all these other people or whatever. It doesn't matter. And you meet some of these people, and they're just like, how's it going? Like they're like the nicest fucking coolest people.
Yeah.
Like they're like, oh, let's go to Trader Joe's. Like, and you go to Trader Joe's and nobody knows who they are at Trader Joe's. Like, it doesn't matter, man. It's crazy. Like, and that's the whole funny thing about the whole ego thing is it's like, dude, like nobody,
I kind of think that
nobody knows. Like we're so niche.
Imagine they had an ego like the modern tech death dude. We're like, yeah, bro, if only you knew what I could shred on sitar on this 11/8 passage, like you don't even know, bro.
They're like, what does that even mean? Like, what are you?
Well, a lot of people just need to, like, when they don't understand things. I mean, if they just like played guitar for a year or played an instrument for a year, and they're like, oh shit, this is really like a really simple song I thought was simple is very hard, and then then they start leveling up and learning what's actually like crazy, and then they're like, what the fuck is a sitar? Are you fucking kidding me? Like once they understand like their 28 note scales or whatever the fuck they're doing, that's like, oh my god. Like, and that's what the Shock T is like, that like kind of scat version of Indian music, like, but I'm like, what the? And they're like so technical. I'm like, what the
beauty of art though is like being so into something. Like it doesn't matter. Like to you, it's like the world,
Yeah,
like, it's everything. Like, oh my god, and then you're like, hey, this person's like so like meet this. They're like a legend, and your friends like
human.
Okay, hi, like it's like.
I know, but that's kind of the commonality we have with the death metal underground and this jazz fusion underground.
It really is.
It's just,
I agree.
We are fringe. We're all fringe type of people, but we get so deep into what we do that we're just I think we love it all. And
the difference is like, I mean, with metal versus like that style of music is like metal is like we come up from like this kind of like I'll just sound stupid, but like an angsty kind of pissed off, like and they're trained in this music their whole lives.
They have like degrees
and shit. They're like
don't get anxious.
Like for us, we're like fucking what's the gnarliest thing next? We're like, that's what we're saying, like to our friends.
No, like teaching position at any college, like in
exactly.
Like
these guys are like training their whole lives for this, and we're like, dude, that's gnarly. That's crazy, dude. But but you want to know about that. You want as like when you get into crazier music as a metal person, like the angry metal person, and you see people that like are progressing at their instrument. You see a guy from India shred a fucking tabla, and you're like, Jesus fucking Christ, what the fuck is going on over there?
It makes me feel. I get so excited. I've listened to Shock T this week, dude, and there's I think it's Get Down and something. There's a song.
I listened to Easy when I pissed.
No, but there's this one song, literally, dude. I'm gonna figure it out. I swear. I'm gonna.
Oh, dude, he's on his cell phone by the end of the podcast.
No, dude.
He's like a fucking
it's almost there.
Using a
I
microwave.
got my glasses on. It's gonna get us there 30 seconds quicker.
But no,
Hey,
I mean, a
Joel.
lot of. Yeah, what's up?
Oh, go ahead. You can keep going. I got something to ask.
Oh
you
yeah,
guys.
yeah. Fuck the Seahawks.
I was gonna say, good luck when Patrick Mahomes gets another high ankle sprain, brother.
Or we lose
Where's your
Tyreek
team
Hill or
now,
something.
brother?
Oh, that's they said we lost Tyreek Hill and we won a Super Bowl next year. Whatever, dude. You guys had Russell fucking Wilson. He was a great quarterback, dude.
We had a good defense. That's what got us there too.
Yeah, no, you had the Legion of fucking Poon. But
Poon.
No, I know. I don't have. I mean, it's the NFC. I don't give a shit. But you guys, I don't like. Why the fuck? I don't give a fuck. But, a lot of people around here. I mean, a lot of people moved from Seattle to here, and I see like a big Seahawks thing, and I'm like, I'm down. I love that stadium. I've been to that stadium before. I've been to pretty much. I think there's only 3 or 4 stadiums I haven't been to, but like I love stadium vibes. You know, like. I'm a football nerd, dude. So like
all I care about is I can't wait for Aaron Rodgers to retire so we never have to talk about him again. I wish that guy would just go away.
I used to hate him until Pat McAfee. And
yeah,
the
Joe Rogan of sports broadcasts.
Well, that's yeah, he is. Like one of the you mean the best or top listen to?
Doesn't mean you're the best though.
I mean, you started from nothing though, and you got something.
Cool. Yeah, Drake's popular. He must be good.
I don't like Drake at all. I tried to get into Drake. I tried to get into.
Why would you try?
Because I'm popular. It's the #1 thing in the world. I'm gonna try give it a shot and try to understand where the psychology is behind why everyone loves this shit. And I got it. It's basically like I get the whole thing. It's like boom, it's like, and it's like, oh, the lyrics touch me, and they don't touch.
So the #1 in the world should be "Shock to You" with John McLaughlin on the album "Natural Elements." The song "Get Down." Wait, no,
in school.
It's a specific song I want people to check out. "Get Down" and "Surti," SRUTI. Surti.
UTI.
Get down.
I've had one of those before.
we've all had plenty of UTI.
I had to take some pills though.
Speaking of which,
I called it something different when I got it.
Speaking of which, I got to drive to Santa Cruz in the morning. So
oh shit, dude!
Yeah, I gotta go rest my. I gotta go rest my shit.
We're raging in 2 days.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Congratulations, by the way. Let's end this podcast with congratulations to Jared and Shara. Like they've been really good, awesome friends in my life, and I'm honored to be in their groomsmen for their wedding in a couple days.
Jared from Archaic.
Yeah, Jared Archaic and Shara from fucking Spawn Possession.
And I'm also gonna say the same thing. I
love
Shara. Very stoked and very excited for the wedding this weekend.
We're all hanging out besides fucking Seahawk boy over there. We're all fucking
Sash. And you actually look like you could be Jared's big brother, dude.
Yo, me and him talk shit in the background all the time.
How dare you?
Hey, quick question about Archaic. Is that Keith Rowlance guy playing drums still or no?
No, it's God damn it.
No, I meant like, does he still play drums? Because that first Archaic is amazing. First Archaic album.
Oh yeah, that's back in the day when me and Casey we were playing with them back in like the early days before they got signed to Unique Leader. Fucking goddamn it, I can't think of names right now. But no, they were such a hungry band.
He's a great drummer. Craig? Womb of Perceptions track and the first Archaic, man, the drumming on it's awesome.
Yeah, no, they were.
The first Archaic release you're talking about?
I love everything Archaic's about.
Yeah.
That was Jared.
Wait, before we wrap it up, I got a quick question. Why don't more people downpick? We haven't gone into that. Why do you think it is that people don't downpick much these days.
Because of YouTube.
Ask Matt Sotelo, see what he says.
I think that
YouTube, they're like, it's like you have to make sure that your wrist is nice and comfortable. And
I still get excited when I see down picking.
Where is it though? I don't see anyone down picking.
Matt does a lot of down picking.
I know.
Yeah, Matt.
Totally
down pick.
Yeah, well, he's from the good school.
Well, yeah. I see what you mean, the new stuff, because everyone's playing at 300 beats a minute. Like, you can't.
And they're learning like through YouTube, where they're like, no, don't down, like alternate pick and just be comfortable.
I think people skip other styles of music. So if you're not playing thrash before you play death metal, you're maybe not down picking as much.
That's where I started, was thrash with getting the down picking down. That was the whole thing. I mean, for me, I would encourage people to like use the down pick as like a tool, and not, because now I'm like stuck in down picking mode the rest of my life, and I wish that I really spent more time on alternate picking, because I would always use down picking for alternate pick riffs, and because I had the Twitch, I could keep up with it, but that's not logical for like your energy levels and your forearm and your fucking right here and your hand. Like, that's not going to be
we have
a manageable thing.
Nowadays, it's safe space metal, where there's no, like, everyone's in their comfort zone, right?
That's what I was. That's why I was talking about Damien. I was like, "What's this?" Like, there's just all like, you guys are all like buff, like fucking down pick, bitch. What's going on? And I was like, it's kind of your guys' thing, though. That's why I love it. That's why I don't. First of all, don't fucking have more people down pick, because that's your guys'. That's your space.
Why do you want to give it away the secret?
That's your safe space.
I think when people, by the time they hear Suffo, they're like, oh, there's no way I can try to play like that. So they don't even try. They're like, wow, that's like.
And your covers are sick. I've seen you do some Suffo covers.
Thanks,
dope.
man. You know,
why don't you down pick the Spawn, dude? Your Spawn possession covers. You got to down pick the whole thing.
Well, that's not possible. Within the notation.
Once you get past a certain BPM, it's hard to.
But there'll be a kid that does it one time in 2029.
I know, they'll be like,
what's going on? And then
they'll
be
like, exactly, yeah.
And we're gonna all be getting our prostates examined, like this motherfucker.
What? Okay.
No, I'm talking about being old.
How old are you gonna be in 2029, dude?
Dude, I'm already 40, bro. So
that's what I'm saying, you're gonna get your
butthole. Schedule my.
You have to get your butthole checked very soon, bro. It's coming around the corner.
Are you gonna do it for me?
Yeah. Could you do it to each other?
Dude, I love Casey so much, I might have to do it, dude.
Well, I'm gonna see you on Saturdays, so maybe we can work it out.
But yeah, all the like Inveracity or Suffo shit, that shit's so hard to play. Like down picking all that. Thanks, Cam. Love you, bro. Yeah, the Inveracity drummer is like, or Inveracity guitar player is one of the most unappreciated guitar players. That guy's like phenomenal. So yeah, I mean, to play any Inveracity, any Suffo, it's freaking really hard.
Fuck yeah.
I mean, it comes from like a primal style of getting into a aggressive style of music, and when you get a guitar and you start down picking, you're like, I want to, like, it was Slayer for me. It was like down, like I was like testing the will of my forearm constantly as a kid, because I didn't want to. There's no like. We want to go like, you don't want to go.
You want to know the tip about down picking is that a lot of players play differently. Like, everyone has different approaches. Like Terrence, you'll see like he'll flip to certain angles. But the thing is, a lot of guitar players, the real techie guys, a lot of it's what's the fucking word? Not ergonomics, but it's the economy of motion. They're focusing so much on that, where you're working on the outside of the strings. We're down picking and Suffo, you're going through the strings. So it's contrary to what they're doing. So that is probably why it's counter. And also when you down pick, it's not the hand, it's literally the way you pin your hand on the bridge. That's the starting motion, but you have like an infrastructure that builds behind it. So you have the forearm, a lot of it's in the tricep, even into the trap. So it's like
and the penis
and your big penis.
So
But-
so you've actually mapped like what you
All right.
use.
Oh no, I'm going to bed. Peace, guys.
all right, love you, buddy.
Rock on.
Good to
dude.
meet
go.
you,
Sorry.
Casey. Thanks for
Yeah,
your
you
time,
too,
man.
homie. Thanks, Sasha.
Thanks, buddy.
Rock on, bro.
So you've mapped like what muscles you use while you
Yeah.
play.
Yeah, with me trying to teach, like I'm doing lessons now. So within the notion of trying to teach people how I do it, I've realized little subtleties that I don't realize that are just second nature.
Mm-hmm.
And when it's like throwing a punch, when you throw a punch, you throw, and then the coming back motion is just as efficient as the extension of the punch. So when you punch through the strings, your rebound is just as efficient as going down. So with every
Yeah.
downstroke, you just result back to I don't know, your starting point. And then once you start doing that, you see a lot of it's the space between the notes. You're literally, it's like shotgun. You're just like shotgunning through the
Right.
strings. That doesn't make much sense, but yeah.
No, it totally does, dude. It really does.
Yeah, that's. I mean, downpicking. I mean, there's bands that the Gorgasm is known. That's just the underground death metal thing is like Gorgasm downpicks, dude. So does I mean, no, I mean Diesel Flesh actually does a lot of alternate picking when it goes fast, but they did a lot of downpicking back in the day.
Dude, Eric, rest in peace. One of the craziest right hands. Like he
Exactly.
was downpicking like crazy.
Yeah. For me, I feel like because I feel like that's how I learned on my own, and I actually because I had this like unnatural like twitch of my hand, like or I just like blur my hand, that it was kind of like I didn't like that I had to learn alternate picking. I'm like, oh fuck, I'm like fucked now for a lot of things, and I had to like sit there and like go and carry gear if he's still he's still in there.
He's in.
Carrie one time, like me and him were just like all these like riffs that we had that we were all down picking. We're like, we're getting older. Let's start working on the alternate picking so we can like not get tired right away and like play an easy riff, which was a hard riff at down picking.
I've always viewed it's identical to single foot blasting. There's drummers where like I could do that, but it throws off the economy of everything else I have to do. Like if you're right dominant and you're single foot blasting like crazy, that's going to throw off other things that you play. And it's like if you down pick, it might throw off, being able to be loose because your hands are all tight.
Unless your down picking is or your alternate picking is solid.
True, but I think I've always viewed it like single foot blasting, where it's like it's not for everyone. Some people aren't.
And there's children on the internet that are shredding, and you're like, and they're doing all the techniques, and you're like, God damn it, there's 7 and just shredding my ass. Like, fuck, I'm hating my. I don't know that shit. I'm just like seeing like young people just do the things I've always wanted to do. Like, and they do down picking, they do alternate, they're like everything, and I'm like, cool, dude. Well, how much do these go for used? Like, how much can I sell this thing for? Like, I'm just kind of it really like disheartens you to see kids like that out there. It's like skateboarding. It's the thing. It's like that's the reason Ryan Sheckler won the X Games at 15. It's like in the Tony Hawk, and everyone's like, what the fuck is this kid? It's like people just take it to another level because they get to start with Necrophagist, and then now they're like your Iron Maiden is their Necrophagist, and then they're just like taking it to another level.
That makes sense. I was gonna say to Anthony, is Severed Savior gonna do new stuff? Is that a thing?
Yes.
You can say no.
I won't say no.
Yes.
I won't say no because
I don't know for sure. I haven't heard. I'm not in on the camp, but I'm just
here's my thing.
Yes.
I've always wanted it to happen, and I think that certain things have happened recently that are pushing it in that direction. Now,
Cool.
I also will say that Severed Savior is a thing that you just have to let simmer. It really is something that just needs to simmer and evaporate all the stuff out of it that they don't want there, because that's how they like to cook their stuff, you know. Just let Gilbert. Like Gilbert is somebody that it's like once he is in the mode of creating, you let him just be the chemist in the lab, dude.
And he's probably such a perfectionist that it's hard for him to like finish an idea.
He is, and I will.
He'll rewrite it and rewrite it.
I will call Mike Gilbert out because he is like the most perfectionist guitar player I've ever met in my life. He says he does.
Dude,
does practices in front of me where he's like, I fucked up so much. I'm like, that was the sickest thing I've ever seen a human do. And he's like, I'm sorry. He like apologized. I'm sorry.
Matt
like,
Kilner. Matt Kilner with Iniquitous Deeds and his own band, he's the same way. He's thrown out like full albums because he thought it wasn't good enough, and he would just continue and continue. And I respect that. And I know Mike also had problems, I think, with his hands for a few years. Right?
Yes, but he is fully capable of playing at this time, and I will say that I put my full trust in my brothers.
Yeah,
they're gonna. I think that the fire has been lit underneath that pan, and the oil is getting nice and ready for some fresh produce to be thrown into it and fucking sauteed up, bro.
That's cool. Analogy. You must be a good cook, brah.
I actually do enjoy being in the kitchen, dude.
You really do. You melt cheese on a bun, bro?
Oh, dude, if you want me to, I'll do anything for you, dude. That
sounds
pretty easy. I can get that done for you in like 2 minutes, dude.
Was that a pickup? Was that a pickup line?
Yeah, babe. Yeah, I wasn't trying to pry or put you on the spot with the
no, it's all good. I think I can say what I said because
very cheesy.
If you do follow Severed Savior's social media within the last couple of months, there has already been an announcement that the guys are starting to get a little antsy and they want to make some more music, dude. So
hey Troy, why don't you
I'm all with it.
What do you think about this? What he's talking about? I have nothing to say about it, but what do you think?
I'm with it. That's all I'm saying. I'm still the vocalist.
Troy's
my
down
voice
for
is
the
gonna be on it.
Troy's like he's probably half buzzed, going like, "Man, cheese on a bun sounds pretty fucking good right now, bro."
Yeah, I think that.
Sorry, Troy. I apologize.
Things will be happening in the next. I'm not going to tell. I don't even ask me about time, but I'm saying people are wanting to get creative again. Boom.
Oh, I gotta say, for new Gorgasm, man, it's gonna be like a mix of Orgy of Murder meets Masticate. Lesky's just, a fine wine, man. It sounds cheesy to say that, but like his ability to write, it's kind of like everyone talks about Diego being a wizard, and he's the flow master of what he does, but Lesky's a genius with how he writes material. And I mean,
I've never been disappointed with Gorgasm.
With Matt Kilner and what we're doing a 3-song EP, and we're really psyched up for it. John Hall, full-time member. We couldn't be more happy with new bass player, and thanks to Damien for allowing me to write. I'm writing material for my favorite band. He's the main writer, he's the sound, but he's allowing me to incorporate some second guitar work to help me put my spin on it, certain parts. And
nice.
I have some leads, I'm doing some solos already, and I'm like, kind of blown away by that opportunity. And
that's sick, man.
Very classical. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty sick.
Nice, dude. Well, I'm super excited to hear it, dude. I mean, Gorgasm has been a very important band in my upcoming. Literally could have at one point called them my favorite band in the brutal death metal realm.
Dan Kenny, Jesus Christ. Dan Kenny is like a Gorgasm like
and
fanatic.
and it's because of me and him. We would listen to Bleeding Profusely over and over and over and
shout
over.
out Dan Kenny. I don't know you, bro, but like, yo, Suicide Silence, fucking Gasm tour, hook it up, brother. You know what I'm
saying? Dude, he would fucking push for that. I'm not gonna lie. Last time I was hanging out 3 or 4 weeks ago, I was hanging out with him, and he was like, came out with like 2 different Gorgasm shirts. He's like trying to like, just like he was being like kind of like silly, trying to show his like death metal cred.
Your only possibility, dude.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he would definitely fucking vouch for that. I guarantee. If he can get Gorgasm on a fucking tour with him, he would shit his pants. Like that's his number one like goal in life.
He's super. He's just as underground as we are. Because I mean, Sasha, if you want the last little bit, that's my best friend, dude. I went to high school with him. I started my first death metal band with him.
They 69 like twice.
I didn't know that.
We did 69 like 70 times, dude. No. I started Carnivorous with Troy and him, dude.
Oh shit.
Hey, that Dan's lineage up to Suicide Silence was technical brutal death metal
it's
first.
dope because we are actually incorporating some fucking deathcore breakdowns with whale sounds and shit on the new stuff, so he might dig that.
Real.
Don't Gojira shame me just because I like Gojira a little bit, all right? Whatever, dude, keep falling the sea off.
All right, let's wrap it up with some plugs.
I love you. Hey, Sasha, by the way.
Hey, Sasha, you broke into the 4-hour group, bro.
Yeah, no, Jesus. I think there's only been
only like 4 or 5 of you guys now.
I can't believe this is
you're in there with only legends, bro. How do you feel?
I'm just lucky to get a platform to, hopefully I wasn't too stupid. I said a lot of stupid shit, but yeah, I appreciate you guys and
nah, dude.
Much love for what you're doing. So yeah, thanks.
You're a great hang,
let's keep talking shit in the DMs about sports, and I'm glad you came on here and you're fucking down picking like what's your Instagram handle, by the way?
Downpick.brew BRUH, motherfuckers.
Fuck yeah.
What's up, dude?
Get it.
Pretty goofy. But
all right, so
sick.
Do you have access to the flyer, Joel?
Yeah, I do. What are we doing? Cool. Just tell me what to do.
All right. First, Battleforge coffee, real quick. Boom.
That's not a flyer, dude. That's a fucking.
No, I know, but I was saying, the flyer, the new one. All right, battleforgecoffee.com. Get your caffeine over there. They got other shit. Support the homies. Deeds of Flesh. Cali Death. Boom. Second, Cali Death podcast.bigcartel.com. Get your shirts over there, please. That's the only way you can support this show. If you've had fun watching and listening, please put a little money.
Who should we raid, by the way, in the chat? Okay, keep going.
Whoever's available. I mean,
I'm doing everything.
We got homies on right now. Any homies on?
Just in the chat. Could you guys tell me? I'll do the first one. The first one comes through.
All right,
fatjoel.org. don't look like Joel. Oh, Max
is on. Okay. Boom. There it is.
All right.
Perfect.
So go
Thanks,
slowly with your next words.
All right.
And I got to plug Gorgasm. We got a big cartel, a lot of good goodies. And Brutal Mind, we're repressing the whole discography and doing vinyls for every album.
Fuck yeah. That's awesome.
Nice,
so that's full steam ahead. And appreciate all the fan support. New Gorgasm is going to be what you guys have patiently waited for. It's going to blow you away. It's going to be another legendary album amongst the catalog. So we'll definitely deliver.
No doubt. I'm excited for that for sure. Damien, such a cool dude. You're such a cool dude. I want to have both you guys back on maybe sometime. That'd be cool to have
after the release of the album or something. That'd be sick.
For sure. Well, we're doing a 3-song EP and then an album. So yeah, no, that's cool.
Either way, dude, let's have a Gorgasm party.
And I'm actually, after this, I'm going to go visit Matt Kilner's playing with Vitriol right now. I'm actually missing their set, but I'm going to get there just in time to hand him a hot dog. I'm going to go to 7-Eleven, buy him a hot dog, and walk up to him and give him a hot dog, man. I was actually, I was supposed to get a hot dog suit, and I was going to be in the crowd and just like heckling him between songs, but I failed.
We went too late. We went too long. Sorry, dude.
That's okay.
That's one of the longest ones. It's like top 2 longest.
Well, yeah,
I
love it.
Well, cool, dude. And
Max Nomalous was getting
Max Nomalous is getting a raid.
One of the best shredders in the game.
Love you, Max, dude. You're awesome. And new plug, and
hold on,
this one's sick.
Go for it. Yeah,
Chicago Domination Fest has graced us with a sponsor. We're going to be doing
lineup. That's stacked.
Yes,
a lot of good
super
bands.
Stacked lineup. It's a 3-day thing. It's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, July 27th, 28th, 29th.
That's my fucking birthday.
I know, dude. Isn't that crazy?
If you haven't been to that fest, you're missing out. You got to go to Chicago. Miguel puts it on. He does it right.
Miguel's sick.
Stacked
yeah,
lineup.
Dude.
You can't miss it. One of the best
fests. Cenotaphs on there.
And we're just teasing it right now. We're going to be having a contest, and this week we are going to be butting heads about it. And by next episode, I'd like to have something in place where we have a contest for you guys to win. Or somebody serious. Let's get serious about this, guys. I should have set it up.
I think mainly because we're a Cali Death podcast. I feel like it's in Chicago. I was like, just email us.
Or anybody who's really serious about going to Chicago.
Or we can ask a question. Let's like super like underground technical question about the scene.
Yeah, but they also has to be like somebody who's really going to go to.
But if someone in Alaska goes, yeah, that's true.
We got to make sure that like don't I don't know how you could take this and like scalp it online or whatever. But I'm just saying we need somebody who's like really wanting to go to this fest, that listens to this show.
Hey,
and here's your opportunity to get a ticket, or you and a friend. We got a contest coming next week.
I heard I heard a rumor that Severed Savior is playing this year.
Oh, they definitely are.
Oh, totally, dude. That's the you just blew the contest, dude.
Yo, what up?
Guess who the secret fucking band is? It's fucking Severed Savior.
I mean, Odious is headlining, but like Severed's like, I think they're opening. I think Severed's opening. And Spawn's
dude,
like,
we're gonna do this is the thing. Okay, here's the secret, guys. We're gonna do. No, we're doing a Severed Odious set, but we're playing at the same time on 2 different stages.
Yeah, we're changing bars. Like every bar, like Spawn does a thing, and then it's like a battle.
I'm doing sprints back and forth. So they're like setting it up to where the verses have space to where I can run over and do, you know what I'm saying?
All right, let's let Sasha get to fucking Vitriol.
I gotta get a hot dog, man. They're getting cold.
Yeah, I got a hot dog for you, brother.
All right, Sasha, dude, you're a rad motherfucker, dude.
Yeah, I was sick.
Man. I really had a great time with you, dude.
Hell yeah, man. Thanks for coming on, dude. I appreciate it.
No, thanks for having me. Much love to you guys.
Thanks for fucking missing your fucking playoff game for this. That's for me as a sports guy. That's a huge fucking deal to me.
I probably would have gone hurt. It's all good.
Yeah.
Well, dude, rock on, brother.
Thanks for your time, guys. Take care.
No doubt, dude. And we'll keep in touch, dude. And you're always welcome back on, dude. You're a good chat.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
You know your shit.
Sports.
Well, thanks, guys. Could we end?
Sports. Yeah, we're doing it right now.
All right, love you, buddy. Have a good night.
Cheers.
See you next week, guys.